Good evening, everybody. Welcome to round 2/3 of the NFL draft. This will be my day 2 live stream. I'm flying kind of solo here in the beginning, but hope to have a handful of people that join me just like last night, maybe in a rotating fashion. Hopefully the stream doesn't lag or kind of break down. We will be tracking each and every pick in the same manner. Behind the scenes, Jen and Old Walter and myself, if need be, will help document and input the picks here for round 2. Probably get kind of difficult to keep up with the trades. I'm envisioning a lot of trades here in the beginning. I don't know about anybody else, but the ending last night to round 1 was kind of shocking. The number of trades that occurred here in the 20s, trade backs, trade ups, or just pick swaps almost was kind of unbelievable and is a little scary or daunting at this point for me heading into round 2, because what we want is accuracy, and we want accuracy with speed here, meaning as these picks are input on our website, draftsignal.pro, we want, accurate information, and we want it as quickly as possible. But I recognize that the overwhelming majority of people are, if they are checking out our stream, which is first of all awesome, you're doing so while probably watching the stream on TV or a device somewhere else as well. So, appreciate you guys joining in for the second night in a row. We'll be going through as many of these picks as possible, but the timing here is different. Excuse me. The timing here is different with how it occurs. Less time, obviously, than had last night. The NFL had cut it from 10 minutes to 8 minutes, and it worked out great. Have to give the NFL credit and their broadcast partners. Being able to get it done in 3 hours. I think it finished at 11:01 p.m. So that was kind of shocking to me. Appreciate you guys joining in. I'll try to share as many comments as possible. If you had questions for me or for anyone else, hope to have at least 3 or 4 people join in. Probably going to be mostly Ravens centric this evening. As far as the guests go, most of the Lions and or Seahawks fans / analysts or guests from last night are, occupied with other things, their own streams in many cases. So this will be the last night that I stream, to be honest with you. Day 3 will be a lot of fun, but I won't be able to really watch live. I've got 2 baseball games with my sons that I'm really looking forward to, because last night, long evening for all of us, and, didn't get to see my kids go to bed, and tonight will be the same way. So tomorrow I won't be able to do a stream. If you have any questions, feel free to let me hear them, now. I'll try to address them as quickly as possible.
What's up, man?
What's up, man? How you doing?
Man, let me log in my Bluetooth, make sure everything's going. How you doing, man? It's been a while.
Good, man. Same for you. Yeah, I know you're excited about the strengthening of the Stacy's a Ravens fan and an uber Alabama fan. So I actually had some questions for you about Simpson and Proctor, because it's a huge conversation point, and may not get to those right in the beginning, to be honest with you. But what are you saying? You got to drop out and come back in?
I want to make sure it's working right. Let me see.
Sounds great.
All right.
Yes, sounds great. Sounds great, Stacey, to me.
Okay. Yeah, I'm ready to talk about especially Simpson. I'm gonna tell you something. I feel like that's my favorite pick of the draft.
Really?
I do. Yes. That's about 3 reasons why it's my favorite pick of the draft.
First of all, before you answer, Stacey, just so anybody listening understands, like, Stacey's you're not just an Alabama fan. You're a uber Alabama fan, number 1. Number 2, yeah. You don't just know the players and the coaches. You know the players' backstory. And I'm speaking for this myself. In my experience communicating with Stacey in our Ravens Discord for, I think it's been 4 years now, right? At this point?
I've been a member of your subscribe to your YouTube for about like 6. And then, the Discord for 4 years since it began. Yes, sir.
So when Stacey speaks on Alabama football, I listen. So if I'll be honest with you. So the Simpson pick shocked me. I know that people are probably tuning in to hear us talk about the Ravens or the Lions, but I'm interested to hear where your rationale is. Go ahead, Stacey.
This is the reason why Simpson is the first reason. Being selfish about it, it benefited us because there's phone calls people was trying to trade up to get Vega before us. They were trying to trade with the Rams because they're looking at the Rams like, who do you need in this whole clump? And the Rams stood still and took care of us. You know what I mean? They could have traded back because they really could have got Simpson later on in the draft. So Ravens fans, be excited about that. All right, let's talk about Simpson and the Rams. So last two seasons we've had Simpson starting. Since Milroe left, there's times when Simpson started when Milroe was injured for Alabama. Simpson does not have the cannon, and there's times where he
say that again. Simpson doesn't have the cannon arm. You mean?
Doesn't have the cannon arm. No, he cannot throw the deep ball. But what Simpson is a very, very, very good West Coast offense quarterback. Elite level West Coast offense quarterback. Probably the best West Coast offense, probably one of the better guys to do it since Luck came into the league. Like he can do all of that.
Understands things pre-snap, sees things before they happen. You're talking about processing things quickly and then being able to get the ball where it should go, basically, right?
Yes, and on each level of the West, like the underneath, mid, intermediate, and deeper. He can't throw the stretch deep ball, but he can throw deep enough. You know, he can't foot the field with it, but he can throw deep enough.
So you weren't surprised. You weren't necessarily surprised, or you were, because everybody else was, right? I mean, when it was announced at 13, everybody. I'm not rooting for the Rams ever, for real. They're in the Seahawks division. I'm not a huge fan of Matt Stafford. Sometimes some of the things that him and his wife say out in public, but he's a great player, Hall of Fame bound. I don't necessarily root for the Rams, but I love their offensive scheme, so it's a little conflicting for me. Well, I will say this. When they picked Simpson at 13, I kind of breathed a sigh of relief because they didn't immediately upgrade their roster. So did it catch you by surprise? Even though you like the player, obviously, Simpson.
I think this is the only team he could have went to. It's the only team that he could have went to. He doesn't work in today's football for any other team. It has to be some McVay's offense.
Interesting.
It has to be some McVay's offense. And he will succeed in it. They will succeed with him. He does everything that they want him to do. And he's throwing the Puka Nakua. You know what I mean?
Right.
And then he's not going to be the starter right away. There's a blessing in disguise for the Rams for getting him. The Rams fans, y'all good. They're going to be okay. Now, I found out later in the draft. I wasn't able to watch the first round. I was in school last night. So I jumped on, I jumped on with with Calvin, and he told me, and I said, "What?" And I about jumped out for the sake of Ty Simpson in the Rams. I'm gonna tell you something about Ty Simpson. Ty Simpson is a second generation player. His dad's a coach. Ty Simpson's gonna be a coach one day. He's gonna be a coach one day. His dad's a coach, a college coach, and for him not to leave Bama because he could have left Bama. With special, we recruited the number one quarterback in the nation 2 years in a row. They are a better fit for Alabama than Ty Simpson was, but he stayed and ended up winning the job over those guys.
I see what you're getting at. I see what you're getting at. I wasn't the biggest fan of Grubb's offense in Seattle. It didn't work out, obviously, and then.
Yeah, I can't. Yeah, he got to go. Don't get me started.
Yeah.
Alabama, these horses down in Alabama, they got to go. They have to go.
It's interesting to hear your perspective because that's not what my reaction was. Selfishly, I wanted to see Seattle improve, and I think they did with Jadarian Price. And I didn't want to see the Rams improve nearly as much. And, for 2026, they didn't. But what you're saying is you think this is a bright pick for the future from them to bridge whenever Stafford does leave, which at some point, he will.
I mean, how often do you come across the quarterback that's perfect for you? You know what I mean? You don't that you can wait till next year's draft, and guess what? He might not be there, and then next year after that, he might not be
Yeah.
there. A
Let
West
me
Coast offense, Joe Montana type of guy.
let me look at a couple of these questions because I was last night when I found out how easy it was to post these questions up. I was shocked. So let me get to a couple of these, and then we'll keep talking about Simpson and Proctor. Um, Lions fan, Kipe San, I guess maybe I mispronounced that. When is our next pick? Well, it's at 50. As you can see on the little ticker that we've got here. Lions are at 50 in round two. I don't think they trade up. If anything, I could see maybe the Lions trading back. In my opinion, um, they've got 2/4, the Lions. They've got 2/5 and 2/6 round picks. So to me, the capital was there to move up, though. So that's entirely possible. So I think that's a great question. I do want to do another one. Cy Beats, I think. We got an O lineman, go for a weapon for Lamar. And now, we got Matabike back and Trey Hendrickson. Yeah, I mean, 45 is wide open to me. 45 is the talent here is great.
Yeah, yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Dejon Stribling, the receiver from Ole Miss, went to the 49ers. That's interesting. They got rid of their receiver from last year mentally and physically, I guess. And Stribling's a good player. Certainly drafted a little sooner than a lot of projections had him a month ago. I'll say this, the first guy to really talk about Dejon Stribling and talking about moving him up tiers was Coach Evans from Siptatawi. I mean, he did an eval on Stribling on our website, and people can go check it out if they wish. If you're tracking along with the picks, all you got to do is click on the name, Dejon Stribling, and it'll take you, to his player page, and you can read the evals. Coach Evans, extremely intelligent and experienced analyst, and he thought very highly of him. So this pick doesn't surprise me. What about Proctor? Were you surprised at how early Proctor went?
Well, I mean, Proctor being the number one player in the nation, and he's been like for me, for Alabama left tackle, for me, he's an Alabama bust. But the talent is all the way there. Is the mentality there? No, but he was gonna be a top 15 pick regardless because he's uber talented at left tackle. He was the number one player in the nation.
Yeah,
Like,
and for somebody like you, for a diehard, deep history connection to Alabama, to say that he was a bust or didn't live up to expectations, that's a serious analysis. That's not just some fan. So I'll vouch for the fact that Stacy knows Alabama football better than anybody I know, certainly better than me. I was not impressed with his range or lack thereof, meaning he didn't have much range for having such long arms and stuff. His impact area was small.
really, and it's true. That is so true, man. And that's, oh my gosh, there's plays where he's out there on the screen and he's the lead blocker on the screen and he's just running straight past. He's trying to race the receiver.
This is a good pick.
That is a good pick
for Arizona. They had to go O-line after shocking everybody or shocking a lot of us and going running back at 3. Besantis is a good pick in my opinion. It to me means maybe the guards that the Ravens wanted to be there at 45, if they took a Bain or whoever at 14, maybe it looks like maybe those guards just wouldn't be there at 45. So the Ravens, I love the Ravens pick from last night, to be honest with you. I'm not excited at all here to see who the Bills get at 35. I'm really not looking forward to this one. I was glad when they traded back twice last night, or maybe it was 3 times.
I mean, about when I started to see how the board was going, I understood it, and I understood the guard at 15. I understood they had to get the one they wanted, the right one, and if these guys weren't going to be there. Besantis wasn't going to be there. Pregnon might not be there. at 45. So I
Yep.
get it. I do. And
This
this Jason Saunders is one of my favorite players in this whole draft. He really
Matt
is.
Matt's question is a tough one to answer, man. For me, who is your top available guy? Um, I'm not Matt. I'm not the biggest fan personally of Zion Young as a three down guy. Immediately, I'm talking about beyond 2026. I'm not discussing that. I'm talking about just 2026 because the right coaching, the right words or phrases that are used with a player, or the right motivation. I mean, Zion Young's super talented. He might be him and Christian Miller. For me, I'm very interested in at 45. I think that's what Matt's asking. Round 2 here for the Ravens. Those guys are the ones that I think sound great, but I'm just not sure they're going to be there at 45. I think highly of both of them. So, not trying to cop out, but for me personally, Christian Miller would be my favorite at 45. I think Zion Young, even though when I watch his film, I'm waiting for something to happen that sometimes doesn't happen, or it seems like I'll wait a long time, excuse me. Um, Nonetheless, he's got great talent, great pursuit, plays violent, has tremendous range going and getting the football in pursuit, and plays angry. Doesn't have great pass rush moves yet. Hopefully those will come. I'd be extremely happy if Zion Young was the Ravens' pick at 45, even though personally, I did not have a whole lot of fun sometimes watching his film. I felt like I was waiting for something to happen that never did.
And you mind if I want to chime in on that too? Uh, um, if the Ravens, I'm not gonna go particularly a player, but if the Ravens just address the trenches in the front seven and physical positions, tight ends, and everything on the offense, if they address that early in this draft, you should be happy with this draft. If that's telling me something how they feel about this, what happened last year, the debacle of last year, and the offseason and where they want to go this year, and the mindset they want to change and back into the Ravens becoming the Ravens again. So if they address,
Totally agree.
yeah, to get the guys they want, they are Ravens in the trenches, build around Travis Jones and build around the fortress, physical fortress around Lamar Jackson, and you should be satisfied.
I'll
You
tell you
know,
this: did the Bills trade again? Oh, they
seems
got
like it.
T.J. Parker. Oh man, that's a good one.
Oh,
Oh, that's a good. That's a good. I will say this. Before T.J. Parker was selected by the Bills, this question from um, username Nobody Touched Michael Jordan. So that's an interesting name. Hopefully, we take Zion Young. Zion Young to me plays better from the right side of the defense. Aiden Hutchinson seems to generally line up on the left side of the defense. So from a Lions perspective, that would fit. TJ Parker additionally plays better from the right side with his left hand in the ground. So unfortunately, now that Parker's off the board, though, the clock is ticking on Zion Young, in my opinion. Being available for Detroit at 50, I just don't see it.
man, they should hope so. They need edges right now, like the Lions do. Like it can't be Hutchinson by himself all the time. Like it's easy to go at the Lions, and we all know this. This is how I personally feel. If they don't have a helpmate for Hutchinson, that's less stress you have when you play against the Lions because they have everything else. I love the DB core. I do think they need another middle linebacker thumper, but guys came along. Oh, TJ Parker, how do you fall to the
Good,
second?
good pick for the Bills. Good pick for the Bills. I think he's got a lot of ability. I think he's very good against the run. I'm the one that put this in here, high level run defender on plays at him. Conversely, though, not nearly as good on run play. Zion Young on run plays away from him. Zion Young will run things down. Great range, great burst, closing speed. TJ Parker, not the same. I'm talking about on run plays away from him. TJ Parker's, if you can get the best version of TJ Parker, he could be an exceptional player in the NFL, and soon, early. Never redshirted, high level recruit, went to Clemson. Chose Clemson over other SEC schools. So I hate the pick because he went to the Bills. I would have loved to have seen the Lions get T.J. Parker or Zion Young, somebody who's big and strong and good against the run at the point of attack and with some pass rush potential. I think there's no chance Zion Young is there at 50. I'm continuing to answer the other question. What's up, Karuga, man? Thanks for joining in.
What's up, guys? How are you? I really appreciate you having me on, Coach. It's been obviously been a long time watcher, so it's cool to be on here.
Yeah, no, I appreciate you joining. I mean, Karuga does professional level, writing in the Baltimore area. You can, expand on that if you wish, but you also contributed to our website, draftsignal.pro. I maybe asked you a little bit late. My apologies for that.
You're good.
But it was a lot of fun for me to ask, to try to give a platform to people who I respected. So let me phrase it that way. So I was glad to ask you, and I was disappointed in myself that it took so long for me to do so. But next year, you're already invited.
All right, I appreciate that. You're totally fine. I honestly, like I told you, this is my first time kind of really diving into the draft like this. So this was just really cool to be a part of. And I'm not to blow smoke or whatever, but I feel honored that you asked me, honestly. So I really appreciate just being a part of it.
Thanks, man. What did you think of? I've already talked to Stacy a little bit about the Ioane pick. I'm big fan of it. I would assume that you are as well. But give me your thoughts as that was happening, because of course, Ruben Bain is still on the board for us there when we made that selection. Can you hear me, Karuga? I think I lost you for a minute, buddy. Sounds like you're at a baseball game, man. I dropped him for a second to see if he's got straightened up. But Caden McDonald to the Texans, they just continue to reinforce their defense or their interior. Last night they went, offensive line. I think the Texans kind of surprised everybody by taking Keelan Rutledge here at 26. Let me pull the there we go. Let me pull the draft frame back up. Karuga, I got to drop you until I don't hear that background noise. I think these are two good picks for the Texans. I'm someone who thinks pretty highly of what the Texans have and what they could have done in last year's playoffs. It didn't work out for obvious reasons, offensive line, C.J. Stroud, et cetera. I think this is a great pick for Caden McDonald. What do you guys think that are in the chat?
There we go. Hey,
that's all right. Hopefully it's a little bit better. I heard some background noise. Sounded like you were at a park or a baseball game.
No, I'm just sorry. I'm just out on the balcony. Do you want me to? Is that okay?
All good, man. All good. Sounds good. Texans just took Caden McDonald, the run-stopping defensive tackle from Ohio State. That really gives me DJ Reader vibes. I'm talking about Caden McDonald, and that he's dominant against the run, but not going to give you much as far as the pass rush stuff. So Houston doesn't need help there. Houston doesn't need help with the pass rush. This is a trench pick, another trench pick for them. If I remember correctly, Houston has 2 picks here in round 2. I may have just scrolled past the other one, so perhaps I'm wrong. I've got 1 there for the Texans at 36. I thought they had a second, but I must be wrong here. Unless they just traded, it looks like something just popped up. There's 59. I think they've got 3 picks overall tonight. I look for the Texans to really improve things here. But I'm reading another comment real quick. I'm not sure of the username here, but round 2, draft the Kansas State center. I think that's Hecht. Trade back in 2 rounds, take a corner. I think this is a very deep group at corner, what's available. I mean, you've got Jamad McCoy with the injuries. He's not been taken. Colton Hood, his teammate at Tennessee. Avion Terrell from Clemson, Pons, who I really like a lot, from Indiana. Dalen Everett is an underrated corner, if you ask me. I really like his game. And then you got all those really tall corners from the West Coast, the Pacific Northwest, Taco Davis, and a couple of others that are like 6'4". So I think corners there to maybe, I don't know if it's tonight or not, but in any case, Karuga, I think I was trying to lead you in or ask you about what your response was to the Ravens taking Ioane at 14 and instead of maybe Ruben Bain.
Oh, I loved it. I thought it was very much finally just a real commitment to kind of what Minter and Steve Bisciotti had talked about in terms of getting back to that physical O-line play. And I don't know if you guys had seen, but there was a report that some teams were trying to trade up ahead of the Ravens and take Ione. So honestly, Bane wouldn't have been a bad consolation prize. I certainly wouldn't have been upset about that. But I'm curious what you guys think about beefing up the O-line even more with this upcoming pick.
You mean 45?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's going to be – I think the options here are plentiful across multiple positions. So for me, going O-line again would presumably be like – you mean like just the best offensive lineman available or a specific position?
Yeah, it's just the best available because I'm just wondering, you just talked about it. Hecht was just taken, and that was kind of the guy I was hoping the Ravens might target at 45. So I'm just wondering if he was anyone specific.
If it's true that Emory Jones is working out or possibly going to explore moving to center, maybe the Ravens' plans are to use 45 and 80 on bolstering other positions and not go offensive line until the 4th and the 5th round. I think that's possible. I'm not saying that that's what I'm advocating for, but there was some report yesterday or posts, excuse me, that Emory Jones was going to work out at center in the offseason. So that's not something I would have predicted. I really like this pick, man. The Giants, I think, are I think the Giants have done a nice job in this draft, and that brings me no joy to really point it out. But Colton Hood, the corner from Tennessee, and then, of course, the other 2 picks they had in the draft, tackle from Miami and the outside linebacker, inside linebacker, whatever you want to call him, Marvel Reese from Ohio State. I think the Giants have done a nice job here, and it brings me no joy necessarily to point that out.
I like it for Harb. I really like that for Harb. I do. I'm not a Harb hater, by the way. I'm just letting the world know. No, I still love Harb. The issue is it was getting too old. What he was doing does not work anymore in our personal division. And he was too arrogant at times towards a lot of the decisions that he made, and it burned him. And I like that for Harbs to have this massive good draft right now. Plus, I want people to beat up on the Cowboys as much as possible because they keep on stealing my picks every year. The Cowboys steal my picks. And my line coach every year I say I want this guy, and the Cowboys take my guy Booker, BB, Tyler Smith.
Yeah, that's right. You're going back 2 or 3 years, and I remember vividly those conversations either in the Ravens Discord or in meetings like this in the Discord that we used to have. Hopefully we can do some more of that in the off season, meet informally and just talk about football. I love, begrudgingly, I have to say the Giants have done a nice job so far. They've done a really nice job, in my opinion. Harbaugh said that he's going to go to right guard. I think he came out and said that already. Said Reese is going to play inside linebacker, so that's interesting because Reese wants to be an edge. But, man, this is a good pick. Good pick here, Colton Hood. Good player, in my opinion.
And I like the Katie McDonald pick, too. That's the best defensive tackle, in my opinion, in the draft. Katie McDonald. Like, I really liked him last couple of years at Ohio State. He was very physical for Ohio State. So, like, I like that pick. I like what the Texans are doing.
I like Denzel Boston a lot, Scott. I'm having a lot of fun with people putting comments or questions and then sharing them. So I want to do that as much as possible. It's a little bit new to me. I don't do as much live streaming as I would like. So, I'm having a lot of fun sharing these. So feel free, ask questions or whatever, or tell me, if my answer doesn't fit the bill or live up to it. Is Boston someone that fits the Ravens? Maybe not as a full-time starter in 2026. Being as we just brought back Zay Flowers and I think Bateman's under contract for 2 more years. I may be wrong there. Maybe it's 3, but I know it's definitely 2. So maybe not as well as we would like. I do like Denzel Boston better than those. I also like Jeremy Bernard. What do you think about him? Obviously, you watched a lot of video of him, Stacey.
My man, Jerm is that dude. Germ is that dude. I'm like, I like the fact that y'all like Germ is that dude. Germ took over our team last year. Took over the over Bama. Germ is that guy. Germ is Anquan Boldness, Debo Samuel, because we put him at running back at times. Germ can catch the screen. He can come out the backfield. Uh,
They
Germ
got
is
him the
that
ball a
guy
lot. Yeah.
a lot. He was perfect for um, Ty Simpson. Now Ryan's coming out next year. Ryan was the 17-year-old, and he was 18 last year. Ryan dropped a lot of balls this year, but that
Yeah.
speed is there for real. Next year's draft, as far as wide receivers, is legit. Next
Of
year's
course.
draft is it is. They got some of everything in next year's draft.
Jeremiah
But
Smith from Ohio State.
Jeremiah Smith,
Oh, man. What a great
Korea.
pick. Mm.
Oh wow,
Traydon Stukes,
yeah,
one of my favorite players. I mean, I just can't. It finally, like the third day in a row of watching film of Traydon Stukes, I just decided I was like, I'm going to stop watching this because I just was having too much fun with it. The guy just does everything so damn well. I love this pick for the Raiders. And Stukes is a guy, I remember the first couple of games of film I watched of him, people had him mocked like early fourth, third round. And I remember thinking like, man, this must be a pretty good draft if Traydon Stukes a fourth rounder. This looks right to me. This looks right. 4'3", 40, missed all of 2024 with an ACL injury, but plays like his hair is on fire, covers great ball skills, body control. I love Traydon Stukes' game. Maybe not for the Ravens necessarily, but man, if the Lions had wanted to take a nickel safety, because of the injury to Brian Branch, and they did sign Chuck Clark and the uncertainty, with Kirby Joseph, I thought Stukes would have been a great fit there. But in any case, I love this pick. I'm glad he's not in our division.
right. Get him out of here.
Great.
Yeah. I was saying about the Germ situation. I put Eli Stowers, at 45 before I put Germ because we really don't really need wide receiver like that. We need tight end more because we are always going to be a tight end tech offense. There's a lot of benefits there, but if Germ is what they take, I'm so excited. I'm running out the room excited. But I would take Eli Stowers because I need a weapon right now from Vanderbilt.
I do want to point out for people watching, if you're interested, Traydon Stukes is a guy, any of these players that's on the board here that are entered, we have evaluations of, but more importantly, for anybody who's watching that wants to check the player, we got film of them. And this is like Traydon Stukes to me is just a fascinating talent. Nickel primarily, safety or DB to the field. Interceptions, is the first playlist video, and the second one is more so him as a tackler in 2025. Go check it out for yourself. It doesn't have to necessarily be right now, but the website is draftsignal.pro. I didn't do a good job last night of sharing it. Jen and Walter behind the scenes are entering these things here, and they did a great job of sharing the information, I think, in the chat. So in any case, I didn't mean to cut you guys off, but Karuga, I did want to ask you a question. Of the players that you kind of looked at or that you spent time checking out for our site or otherwise, who was the player that you felt like was the most appropriate fit for the Ravens and or your favorite?
Oh, I would definitely have to say either Bud Clark or Avion Terrell. If I had to pick between the two right now, I would say Bud Clark, even though that's not who I want, obviously, right now. I feel like his versatility is something that obviously the Ravens covet, and I feel like he can really just give us the ability to get in a lot of different looks, which obviously we know Minter likes to do. So I feel like he's someone who could develop well.
I love that answer. He's fun player. Clark being around for 6 years at TCU, there's a lot of conversation about that. But his production, his 15 picks, all came in the last 4 years. So it's not like he had his interceptions were spread over a 6-year period, and one of those was COVID and one was an injury. But as far as Stukes goes, we'll close this up with a couple of comments. I'm disappointed. Well, I'm glad that he didn't go to a division opponent for the Ravens or the Lions. I'm disappointed that he didn't go to either the Ravens or the Lions or the Seahawks. He's just a player I believe in when watching him. But I agree, He's never going to make it to the 40s. Guess he got close, right? 38. Another one from Matt. He's a ball hawk. Can't teach that. Matt, again, who loaded up the comments last night, and I shared a bunch of them. Great interaction with him and many others. No drops, gets yards after the catch. Maybe not an elite athlete. I think that's what I saw on film too. But really good football player, smart. I think can play inside or outside receiver, moves around, seems willing to block. I'm not going to say he's a dominant blocker. So I like his game. If they were to take him at 45, I wouldn't be disappointed. But to Stacy's point, I wonder if there's not just going to be better. Basically, I think what you're saying is there'll be better options there, right?
Absolutely. I think there's better options, and especially for what we do. Like, you got to think about the Ravens, and the Ravens thing is tight end. We didn't have enough balls in it last year. Our team is so deep. Where the ball's gonna come from? Like, where the touch is gonna come from? So yeah.
Really disappointing if McCoy, falls a whole lot further because of the injuries. His 2024 film was great. So, hey, I don't know if I would want Baltimore to be the team to take a shot on him, but he's a great talent, plays the game the right way, and I think he's got great hands. McCoy, he had probably when he does get drafted, I'll click on the link, the player link, and show you guys. McCoy in 2024 had probably one of the best interceptions I've ever seen. Unfortunately, it didn't count because I think there was a penalty on a teammate on the play, so it got called back. But the Browns took Denzel Boston. That's a good pick. They got Casey Concepcion last night, and then they got Denzel Boston today. I think Todd Monken's going to do a good job there, and I know that that's not a popular opinion. It's the Browns and all that, but I like what they've done so far in this draft with the offensive lineman, Concepcion, and Boston. What do you guys think?
You notice he's getting big at the wide receiver spot. Like, they still have Cedric Tillman that they're developing over there, unless they gave up on him. I don't know what happened this offseason as far as with that, but don't they still have Tillman from Tennessee?
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
I think they're pretty big at the wide receiver spot now. Like, and he likes that. Whatever happened to Njoku? Is Njoku still at the Browns, or did they go after another tight end?
They released him. He's linked to us as possibly signing, later on.
I'll take it for the right price.
If you're tracking Denzel Boston at all, we got touchdowns on his player profile on draftsignal.com. I'm going to try to promote that some during the course of this. It's moving really fast, but it's a lot of fun. I like Boston's game. I think he scored 20 touchdowns the last 2 seasons there. I think Cleveland for the second year in a row has done a nice job in the draft. If Todd tried to improve the offensive line quickly there, in my opinion, if he can get a solid offensive line in front of the talent they've got, I think Cleveland's going to improve. I know it's not a popular opinion, but I'm rooting for Todd Monken to succeed. I certainly don't want the Browns to beat us at all. I'd like to see them beat Cincinnati and Pittsburgh, though.
I agree. I think they're going to be, unfortunately, I think they're also knocking this out of the park. I think they're going to be a tough team to beat. I assume that Shador is going to be the starting quarterback, and I think their defense is just going to – we saw, obviously, Miles is only just, getting better each year, so I feel like their defense is going to be even better as well. But go ahead.
I was gonna say that. They also got Quinshawn. Quinshawn Judkins went crazy last year.
Yep.
That's a run game, man.
And Fanning. There's a lot of young weapons on that team. I think it's. I expect Todd Monken to do a nice job there with the offense. I'll be honest with you. These last 3 picks, I guess maybe 4, have not made me happy. Cassius Howell to the Bengals. They got a speed rusher. We'll see. We'll see how it works out. I like Cassius Howell's game. I recognize that you got limitations physically from the arm length, but I think he's got talent. Him going to Cincinnati is great for them. For the Bengals, it's not great for us.
You were just while you were talking about Boston and what you think his fit would be on the Ravens. I'm wondering, since you're talking about Zion Young as well as someone who you think could be a really good pick. I think he's someone who would be a good fit for the Ravens. I'm curious what you guys think his fit would be for 2026 specifically, if he were to be taken.
physical, long, plays the game in a violent manner, likes to get his hands on people, great pursuit, very underdeveloped pass rush moves. He basically relies on a bull rush and doesn't have a ton of counters, but he's got a lot of strength. I actually liked Zion Young better than Keldrick Falk, who went to the Titans late in the first round. Someone asked me to compare those two. I thought Zion Young was the better prospect for 2026 and moving forward, because Zion Young gets off the ball, and Keldrick Falk, at least from the film I saw from 25, was slower off the ball than Zion Young. Does that answer your question?
It does.
Be a great pick at 45.
Agreed.
Tomato, thanks for saying you're popping in and out. Yeah, look, I mean, there's so many people streaming. Try to support them all with comments or likes or whatever. I mean, I know Coach Evans is streaming. Multiple Seahawks guys invited me on their shows. I just was committed to trying to do this for a lot of reasons. I think the last three picks specifically, has been rough for the Ravens, but there's a whole lot of talent sitting out on this board still. Zion Young, Christian Miller, Caden McDonald's gone, Parker, Hal, Thomas gone, Derek Moore, Dennis Sutton are there. Jermon McCoy's still there. Avion Terrell. I'm a little surprised that Terrell is there. I guess it's the 4.640 or whatever that he ran at the pro day, I think.
I think that's got to be it, because I looked at him, although I didn't get the notes to you for the draft signal site, and he's someone I thought he would be gone by now for sure. So I wouldn't mind that at all either.
You know what? Pergnon's still there. Pergnon is still there, if I'm not mistaken. Did Pergnon get drafted yet?
He's still there. I have a list of available players like above my screen, and I didn't even put the O-line there. But yeah, Pregnon is still there. I agree, Matt. I mean, this is what we were talking about. Tillman, KC, and Boston, and Fanning, and Judkins. They got weapons there in Cleveland. We should just state it. I mean, there's talent there, and it'll just be Todd's job to try to coordinate it. I think he's going to do a good job, unfortunately. Jeffrey, this is a great question. Sorry if I interrupted you, Stacey. Feel free to cut me off in a minute. This is a great question. Go ahead, Stacey.
I was going to say I'm going to hold it. Go ahead.
Thibodeau to the Lions possibly. That's an interesting candidate. I mean, I just don't know how that would work, Jeffrey, what that would require. The Lions don't have a third. New York's asking price, I think, was a little higher than what most other people were willing to provide. The Lions have 2 4ths, 2 5ths, and 2 6ths, if memory serves. So I'm just not sure how they could get that done, Jeffrey. But I think that would be great. I think it'd be an immediate upgrade in talent for what's there right now. I think that's pretty obvious. It's a great question. And as you know from listening last night and other videos, I think the Lions need a serious upgrade at defensive end talent opposite Aiden Hutchinson.
There go Christian Miller, DC.
Yeah, I saw. I mean, which of the last 4 picks, I don't want to say disappoints you, but as a Ravens fan, which of the last 4 picks bothers you the most? Boston? Thomas?
All of them.
All of them.
They're all our rivals. I mean, not the Saints one pick, but they're all our rivals. Browns, Bengals, Cincinnati. The guys we hate getting better. Guys are giving us problems getting better.
Yeah.
And all those, the whole AFC North, I think we have the newest coach besides the Browns. Well, no.
Yeah.
I'm the Bengals have the oldest coach. He's the longest tenured.
Right. Everybody, all the other guys first year. Crazy.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's wild. That's never happened in my lifetime.
Man, Christian Miller.
Wow.
Good player. Very violent and active. Not pass rush production, but someone that Jake Hallett and I had as a possible landing place in Baltimore. I do want to say, Matt, I would have to agree about the Browns. I think we should mention the Jets too. I mean, we'll see what the Jets do here at 45. We'll see where they go. I want to get to another comment, maybe try to preview this for Ravens fans. Jermod McCoy at his pro day did a great job. It's very interesting to me. To me, it seems like there's more discussion of degenerative conditions than I've ever heard. I don't remember these types of discussions coming out in the public sphere, even 2 years ago, 4 years ago, 5 years ago, when social media was still big. Obviously, it didn't come out 20 or 30 years ago because we didn't get that information. So I'll be rooting for Jermod McCoy and some of these other guys that it's been said have degenerative conditions. I think McCoy's incredibly talented. Would you guys be disappointed if they took Jermod McCoy at 45? Because it's available, it looks like.
I wouldn't be upset about that. Go ahead. Sorry, Stacey. Go ahead.
No, I was listening to you first. You go first, and I'll say my piece afterwards.
No, that's not something I would be disappointed as well. I mean, I think personally, just like you said earlier, Coach, I feel like Zion Young is my guy here, but that's not something I would be upset about at all.
And as far as with me, when we're so deep at corner, you always could add depth there, but we're pretty deep there, man. It's really a big need. Now, nickel maybe, they have a protege behind Marlon Humphrey, the star position and everything, but do we really need to go? Because mind you, we have Kone from last year. We have Tampa. These guys don't play, so they have their opportunity, and we have always had a history of that. Like Anthony Everett and a couple other guys that were just sitting and waiting, and they got their turn, and they did well when they got their turn. So, do we have to take care of that in the second round, or do we need to keep on taking care of the trenches, or adding another touchdown weapon, or I think we really just need to stay in the trenches right here.
They probably will. They probably will, yeah.
Whether it's defense or offense, like you gotta get Beaks off the field on first and second down. That's
Lee Hunter is there, I think. Dominic Orange, I think, is more of a nose tackle. Probably too soon for Grayson Halton. Chris McClellan, too soon for most of those guys. So, there's a defensive tackle. I don't have him on list here. I can't remember the name, but it'll be interesting to see where they go here with Miller off the board. Miami's not going corner because they took Chris Johnson late round 1. The Jets have gone Omar Cooper, Kenyon Sadiq, and David Bailey, so they're not taking an outside linebacker. Zion Young probably going to be there, and I think.
Hopefully, we gotta get some edges. As of right now, our most proven edge is my guy, T-Rob. I think T-Rob's gonna be a 9 or 10 year player at the Baltimore Ravens. He's probably gonna set good contracts for us. And he plays football the way I wanted to be played and everything. As far as edge, he's my most proven guy. And I know we got young guys that's there and everything, but we need help. Give him some help. Give our guy from Virginia help. Who just left? Rodriguez. Yeah. Okay.
Good pick. Miami's done a nice job here too, in my opinion. As far as Scott's question, is McCoy better in zone or man? I thought he was pretty good in man, to be honest with you. The 2024 film, I only watched 3 games of it. I thought he was exceptional at everything. Like, his reactions just looked textbook. He never seemed out of position, whether it was zone or man. I did not agree with people who said he wasn't great in zone. I feel like a lot of these young men that are playing corner at the highest level in college football, they're coming into the NFL. They're prepared now. Like, they could walk into an NFL field tomorrow and compete because they know what they're doing from a coverage standpoint. Terminology, communication, play calls, would be a barrier, right, to just step on the field immediately. But my point is, I think these guys are prepared to be multiple from day one. So as far as McCoy goes, I think he's pretty good at everything. I want to get to one more before we talk about Jacob Rodriguez. Hey, like Brazel in the second as a fit for the Ravens, or Chris Bell in the third. I'd like to get Brazel in the third is what I'd like to do if we were going to go receiver. But I just don't know that he lasts that long. Super talented, quick, looked great against, I think it's Georgia. I believe it's Georgia. Look, the Lions traded up to 45. Wow, Brad Holmes couldn't sit around and watch. It's so predictable, right?
He's taking somebody that Baltimore was going to take. He had to jump in front of Baltimore for a reason.
Second year in a row, jumped right in front of us last year to take Tate Ratledge.
Might be Zion.
Sure did. Cost us a whole season. We didn't get Tate Ratledge. We have all Lele out there. Oh man.
Zion Young, Gabe Akas, Derek Moore. Maybe too soon for Denai Dennis Sutton. Jayshon Barham are all the edges that are here for Brad Holmes. I hope he goes with an edge defender. Any Lions fans listening, you may not be frustrated. I don't want to say I'm frustrated, but I definitely think that they have to go edge here, not having a third-round pick. What did they trade? Anyone know what they traded to move up?
Let's see. They traded. Oh, no. I'm not sure.
ZK, thank you for that piece of input. I vaguely remember that conversation about Sony Michel. So I guess I'd be interested in the discussion or how a knee or whatever gets determined to be degenerative. And I would probably push back on some of it, even though obviously I don't have any medical degree or certification. Some of the guys who have supposedly had those situations were, freaking amazing in professional sports. So, it's I guess a very in-depth or complicated topic, but it's a little disappointing to me to see those things come out and young men's careers possibly be impacted from day one. Derek Moore for the Lions. I like it. Physical, strong. By the way, another Maryland guy, in case people don't know, went to St. Francis in Baltimore. Very strong up top. I mean, his upper body strength, and plays the game. I think pretty in line with what the Lions want. A lot of people have talked about him just being a pass rush guy, not being really good against the run. I don't necessarily see that, but if you're a Lions fan and you're watching and interested, two evaluations, one of which is done by myself. The other is Dan Viennes, who's, this is why I did this. This is why we utilized people from so many fan bases, because read the evaluation now of Dan Viennes from Seahawks Forever, and it's impartial. Right? Dan didn't know when he wrote the eval that Derek Moore was going to be drafted by the Lions or whoever. So you're getting information that was written 5-6 weeks ago, but it's based on his impartial eval. So that's why I really like what we've done on the website. And there's some film there as well for any Lions fans. I like the pick. I really do. If you're a Lions fan and you're in the chat, feel free to let me know what you think.
I'm just happy they didn't take Zion, and they traded a 2 and a 4. It looks like.
So they traded their 50, and they're traded their 50 in one of their fourths. Detroit had 2 fourths to move up 6 spots and basically take Derek Moore. I guess they felt like somebody in between 44, in between them and the Jets, who were at 44, was going to take Derek Moore. Okay, that's what their math said, I guess.
All right, and they probably thought we were going to do it too, but hey, Baltimore got and everything. Let's go. Let's see what happens here. We still got a wide open board, bro.
Interesting.
Agreed.
Ravens, man. The Ravens always do this. Oh man, it's been over like close to 30 years of seeing this. This is the Ravens. This is how it happened.
Zion Young, D'Angelo Pons, Avion Terrell, Jermon McCoy. There's a lot of good players here. The Rodriguez pick to the Dolphins, I'm still stuck on. That was a great one, but I really like this pick for Detroit. It's going to cause me to go back and look at Derek Moore film again. I like it a lot. Man, if it's Eli Stowers, I'm gonna have to have a phone call to make. That's where Bryson's literally watching the draft with him, Stacy.
What's up, Bryson? What's up, White Lightning?
Well, I don't
What's
know if
up?
he's watching this. I don't know if I'm saying that he's at Eli's house watching the draft.
Okay, that's cool, man. That's real cool. Because one day it's gonna be Bryson. Whoa, you got hit.
Oh yeah, there we go. That's a good one.
What a pick. Welcome to the Ravens.
Love it at 45. If in some scenario the Ravens had traded back to 24, 26, 28, I would have not liked this pick there. But at 45, I think that's an A-plus pick.
Wow.
I'm behind you guys, so I haven't seen it yet.
Sorry,
Wow.
I guess I should have announced we're not concerned with spoilers.
No, you're good. I mean, hey, that's my guy. If it is, I'm not mad at it.
Wow. Man, we had trouble getting down there when Bama played Mizzou and stuff like that. We had trouble. This team was pretty good last year.
Yeah.
Mizzou.
I did that comparison, JPP. I don't remember who did this one. That's the guy who from the Chiefs, I think, who has talked about Lamar in negative fashion. And then Tyree Wilson, I'm not sure who did that one, but I like it. This is another reason why I prefer to have 2 or 3 different voices, because one of these evals is obviously very complimentary. This one as well, good player. This one, not so much. But I like Zion Young at 45. I think it's a great pick. If you're a Ravens fan, it only looks like I've got 3 plays there. So I'll post up longer sections of video once I get an opportunity. This is a really good pick for what he is as far as a prospect. 6'5", 260, 265, 22 years old. Great pursuit. I think he's going to play the game well. I'm really looking forward to seeing how he develops.
And one thing I like about it is it's the mode of the big physical bully. When you think about him and T-Rob, like we can have those downs where these are guys that's on the field, and then we can also have the downs where we got a elite pass rushers out there. So it gets us back to being Baltimore. I like this. I really do. And if T-Rob goes down, miss some games, Zion can come in with it.
These 2 guys, okay, consecutive picks. Derek Moore to the Lions, Zion Young to the Ravens. I mean, it just, to me, illustrates where you got a lot of talent in this draft, mid-second round to early 4th round. There's just going to be a whole lot of really good football players taken, and both of these guys fit. Look, Zion Young's coming to Baltimore with, Mike Green, Tavius Robinson, Trey Hendrickson. So he's, 4th in the pecking order there. Totally different situation for Derek Moore. Derek Moore goes to Detroit. They got DJ Wanham. He's a veteran. Some good film of him. In fact, I did a video. But just illustrates those guys picked. If they were swapped, if Zion Young went to Detroit, he's going to be on the field 50 snaps a game. And if Derek Moore came to Baltimore, he might get on the field 20 snaps a game at most. So just kind of crazy to think about these guys' careers being determined so much up front just based on where they go and what type of opportunity there actually is.
I wouldn't be too upset if we also signed, just even to add even more, like a Jadeveon Clowney or some kind of vet edge. Is there someone you guys have in mind, like a vet edge that you think we might target?
It's going to be tough, I think, off the top of my head, just initial reaction. I feel like it would be tough to convince some of those guys, those mercenary types, to come here because just, how do they get on the field? I mean, even a Van Noy, a Clowney, or whoever, I just don't know where the snaps are for them, given that Mike Green, we're committed to him. Trey Hendrickson, clearly we're committed to him. Zion Young as well. T-Rob is in the is in his fourth year, so not as committed to him. This pick here, Zion Young, obviously means that, Tavis Robinson's probably going to get 8 sacks this year and play his ass off, and then we're probably going to let him leave because we drafted his replacement this year.
I could see that too. I can see that, but I also could see him being a 9 to 10 year Jared Johnson guy too. I don't want him to go. I love Rob, bro. Dude, he plays football the way he's supposed to play. And now I forgot about Trey. That we got Trey. Man, yeah, we're pretty deep on that defensive line is rushes. I like the guys we got. We got big physical guys. Josiah Trotter.
Great pick. ZK is a Lions fan, so I'm sharing his comment. I think what he's mentioned, I think the Lions situation is different than Baltimore's. Detroit has DJ Wanham, Aiden Hutchinson. They now drafted Derek Moore. So I think if I'm tracking correctly, ZK is saying he would love Clowney as a DPR type pass rush guy to try to get after the quarterback. I think he would fit better in Detroit for the snaps available as opposed to Baltimore. I just don't know. I don't know where those snaps are with the guys that we have, especially Tavius Robinson. Lions fans watching this may not know that name. Stacy just talked about him. Tavius Robinson is a baller. And before I think did he break his leg last year? Break a bone? Something?
Yeah, something took for a couple of weeks, and we struggled in those couple of weeks too. We didn't play the same game. We were not the same physical team. We missed him. Like his presence was missed. Really big. Yeah.
Potato Prophet, thank you for joining in again. I recognize your avatar from last night. I mean, who could forget it? Who's going to get Eli Stowers? Yeah, I thought Stowers would be off the board by 50. Would have been my guess, but really, my initial impression was by 40, somewhere in that range. So, be interesting to see how long he lasts here. Pass catching guy from Vanderbilt, super talented, classy, a lot of production as well.
I think I noticed how the board is moving. I think it's like, they're getting their edges and their defensive guys right here in the second round. Some people that you don't want to get the 5th-year option to, and they're given opportunities to be able to gain a second contract and that you can trust them within the first 3 years or whatever. So I see where the board is kind of going compared to where it was in the first round. And
7 in a row, 7 defensive players in a row, to your point.
This is crazy, and I like it, and I understand it, and so tight ends can get pushed back. So you can find that in the 3rd or 4th round. We'll see. If somebody may trade up and take Stowers, he's that good of a player. I mean, I faced it twice. Vanderbilt destroying Alabama and destroying everybody in Alabama. Meaning, like, they took out Auburn too. Vanderbilt gave Auburn problems, and this was the guy. It was Stowers.
Starting with Parker at 35 to the Bills. We've had one offensive player selected since then. All edges, defensive tackles, inside linebackers, all, Josiah Trotter, Jacob Rodriguez off the board, inside linebacker, defensive tackle, Caden McDonald, defensive tackle, Christian Miller. A little bit of versatility. Matt, another astute comment. They don't have much faith in Adisa Isaac. Agreed. Pretty much pushes him out the door or off the field. ZK, great point. I mean, yeah, that the Lions would fit for a mercenary guy like a Clowney if they wanted him. And hey, as a Ravens fan, us Ravens fans, we believe in Jadeveon Clowney. Like that 2023 was eye-opening, and he played well last year for the Cowboys. Don't let the overall numbers fool you. The film was pretty good in Dallas last year.
Yeah, he's not a stat guy. Like, people that only want to check the stats, they'll never understand how that man plays. That man wrecks stuff, and he's gonna He wrecks stuff. He does deserve a presence. You do have to double team him at times. You have to see layers to him, and that's just on pass rush. His run defense is ridiculous. His run defense is ridiculous. Connor still has it. Oh, there you go. Germ to the wrong team. Look at that. Look
So
at
what
that.
happens now for you, Stacy? I mean, he's an Alabama guy. You just spent the last couple of years rooting for him, and now he's with the Steelers. How does that work out for you?
Oh, man. Like that's. Hey, I hate him now. Like I real like. There's nothing to it. Like I like DK. I can't like DK anymore. You know what I mean? That's twice. Like remember, I wanted DK so bad. I wanted DK for years. You know, I think me and you met talking about like the first time we had ever had conversation was talking about getting DK to Baltimore.
Yeah.
Like yeah, so like 2021, 2020, something like that. Looking at his contract, hey man, I'm sorry, John. You're on the other side, man. I can't deal with you. They have broken my heart too much in my life for me to like a Steeler. They have broken my heart too much.
Jeffrey,
I mean, well,
interesting point. Sorry, Stacey. Give me 1 second. Jeffrey, interesting point. Something about the 26 says something. Excuse me about the 26 process that Moore didn't do a 40 or BP at the combine or pro day. Let me expand on that a little bit, Jeffrey. I think I know what you're saying, but I want to make sure before I react to it. Go ahead, Stacey. My bad.
yeah, I remember growing up, I used
Bernard.
to shake. The Steelers used to hurt me so bad that I would shake. I'm not like that now. I'm not gonna stress over a football game anymore. I'm 39 years old. I'm not gonna stress over football. There was times in my lifetime growing up, Ravens Steelers, and they used to make me shake. And I'm pretty sure that we used to make them shake too, and their fan base. But I would never like a Steeler. They're from Bama or not. I would never like a Steeler. That's pure old fashioned hate at this point. I'm sorry, Jeremy. I'm sorry, Jeremy. Bye.
Jeffrey, that's what I figured you were saying. Yeah. Understood. I'm tracking that, and it makes total sense. Yeah, I think it's a good pick for Detroit. I really like Derek Moore. I love the opportunity that's there for him in Detroit. It's also possible, Jeffrey, that Detroit's got a guy they really like. Obviously, if Brad Holmes trades up to take you, he really likes you, right? And the whole group there. That's the one thing about the Lions that I think is really obvious to me as someone who's on the outside, that Dan Campbell, Brad Holmes, they're on the same page. And so if they traded up from 50 to 44 to get Derek Moore, it's because they felt like they wanted more and not Zion Young. So they saw something they liked. Moore played at Michigan, I know, but originally he's from Maryland, as I mentioned before. He's a St. Francis guy, St. Francis of Baltimore. So I love the pick. I hope you guys do too if you're a Lions fan. Kind of happened fast as far as the Ravens and then the Lions turnaround, and now we got to wait a long time before those teams pick again. We get to 64 here, and then it'll be at the top of the screen. So forgive me for scrolling here in front of you guys that are watching. The Steelers, unfortunately, get the next pick again. It's 76, so it's kind of wild. Not the very next pick. I mean, the next pick of the teams.
DC, the Ravens got ammo now. They can move back up into the third. You know what I mean? They got ammo to move around the board if they want to.
Yeah, just what Detroit just did. It's like Brad Holmes can't go a draft without moving up.
I like it though. I like his aggressiveness. Wow,
Karen, thank you for that. Appreciate. Avion Terrell goes to Atlanta to play with his brother.
Nice.
Yeah, and they're both from Atlanta.
Yeah,
they grew up down. Yeah,
wow.
They're hometown Atlanta guys. Wow,
Two brothers on the same team.
That's crazy.
That's incredible.
Like Cal and Bill Ripken, except neither one of those guys is Bill, Avion, or AJ. They're both really good.
Yeah. I mean, I think Nate Wiggins grew up with the Terrells too, if I'm not mistaken. I think they all went to
Maybe.
the same high school down here in Atlanta.
Yeah, Jeffrey, Jayshon Barham, who played at Michigan, Derek Moore, an offensive lineman who I think is a late round pick, all St. Francis. St. Francis has been a dominant school for a while now in the Maryland area. Detroit coaches preach crushing the can. Yeah, physical rush style is what they want. Hutchinson is a little more free, if you will, to go on inside moves. But it's worked out. I mean, I can remember 2 or 3 scenarios where Hutchinson kind of spins to the inside, and I think Justin Fields in Chicago 2023. I think the loss late season 2023 in Chicago to the Bears. Hutchinson dives to the inside, and I think Fields scrambles for a touchdown. Maybe one other in 2025. But, yeah, absolutely, ZK. They want the bigger, stronger edges, more physical. Zion Young could have fit. They like Derek Moore better. I'm not going to argue one or the other. I actually really like Derek Moore as well. So looking forward to watching the film again and trying to break it down some. Ooh, good memory. I didn't remember that one. I know I don't remember their names, though. That one predates
Connor
me. Karuga or Stacy, y'all remember those guys?
Haywood's Ironhead Haywood sons, or
Oh,
is that what he's
Hayward.
talking?
Hayward.
Haywood.
Yeah,
Connor.
gotcha.
Connor.
What's it called? Oh, what's the good one name? The defensive tackle.
Cameron
Yeah.
Hayward.
Cam, yeah.
Cameron. Connor and Cameron. I don't know the third one. Who's the third one?
Yeah, so not Haywood, Hayward. Got it.
I wonder if that's the case. Because I don't remember Haywoods at all. Walter, help me out with that.
Yeah, I think it's Hayward. W-A-R-D, yeah. So that's crazy. They just announced it in Brazil, September 27th. That is that's a Sunday.
On paper, Walter, that's not an easy game, bro. That's not an easy game. As much as I want to hate the Cowboys, the way it looks on paper is not easy. I like what the Cowboys do, rebuilding this front seven. This team that they're building, I like it, and I don't want to like it.
A couple of comments here. Potato Profit is so much talent out there still, 100%. I mean, guys still on the board that are talented football players. Receiver, Ted Hurst, Elijah Surratt, Chris Bell because of the injuries, Malachi Fields, Chris Brazel. It's a great group that's still out here. Some of my personal favorites that are still on the board, Jayshon Barham, the outside linebacker, inside linebacker. I hope he doesn't go to Buffalo or Kansas City or something like that. D'Angelo Pons, I'm a little surprised Pons is still on the board. I guess the size is a concern for some teams, but really, really big fan of his play. AJ Halsey is another one that I'm surprised is still out there.
DC, I'm gonna check out now. I'm gonna wrap with you back in and come back in a little bit later. Okay?
Sounds cool. Good, man. Appreciate it, Stacy.
No problem. We gotta take a phone call.
Just nice to talk to you, man. I know you're busy.
You're my boy, man. I miss you, dog. I miss you. All right, we're gonna chat in just a second, okay?
Yeah, 100%, man. 100%. Great point, ZK, about Hutchinson. I just will say this. I'll say the same thing I said to Will Rock on his show. I think Aiden Hutchinson starts for every team in the NFL. If not every team, maybe there's one or two that he doesn't start for. So he starts for our team in Baltimore every year that I've been covering or paying attention to the Ravens. So, huge fan of Aiden Hutchinson and what he gets done out there on the field. Agreed, Matt. Pond's going to be a steal. Seems like a long time from the Terrell pick to this one. Have they been out of commercial, I guess?
Yeah, they just did. How far would Stowers have to fall for you to think about moving up for him?
We're at 80, and we do have a significant number of fifth rounders. I think, is it 4 or 5 fifth round picks?
I think it's 4, but let me double check.
Looks like 4, I think.
Okay.
Late 60s. But if that's a common evaluation of him, then maybe there's no rush to try to go get him. Maybe I like Stowers a little bit more because I've watched a lot of Vanderbilt film, obviously, and so some connection there, or know people who works with him and speak highly of him. Let me phrase it to you that way.
I'm curious, just because obviously we know the Ravens like to double dip at certain positions of need, or certain positions. So I'm wondering if that might be a time when they think about taking their first pick there.
AC, how do we feel about the Ravens pick? I'm a big fan. I personally, evaluating Zion Young, I did not consider him to be a definite first round pick. And I mean, looking at mock drafts or evaluations of him as a first round pick, I didn't see that because of the lack of pass rush development, which is obvious on film. I mean, he relies on a bull rush. He's very strong, great pursuit, extremely violent football player. I think he plays the game the right way, and he needs some development, in the pass rush. Great frame and size and burst. I don't know necessarily about the athletic testing. I think he was like a 4.72 or 4.74, 40, somewhere in that range. But at 45, I really liked. Okay, so 4.75. At 45, I really like the pick of Zion Young. So I would say for me, that's an A+ pick at 45. If we had traded back and we had taken him at 28, I would have called it a B pick, because I just didn't think that. I thought there would have been better players at the end of, late first round than Zion Young, which, he was talked about being a first round pick. So hopefully I explained that in a way that makes sense. ZK, 100%. 100%. I didn't think that Barham was a refined, developed outside linebacker / edge, but just, the way he plays football, his block destruction, pursuit, violence, power, it's just, a lot of fun to watch. I'm a huge fan. All right, so what was it, Carugo, 4 or 5?
It was 4.
I guess, continuing on your question, if he's there in the late 60s, as you make the turn from the second to the third round, then yeah, I think it's a possibility if they really want him. There's a lot of good tight ends in this draft who are going to be there at 80, though.
Exactly. That's why I'm just curious about it, because I'm wondering if they feel like there's enough. It's rich enough that they can just kind of wait out and pass on him. But
I think Stowers' appeal is the pass catching ability, the versatility and alignment. Can win in the slot against nickel DBs, safeties, compared to maybe some of the other guys. I think the tight end class is good enough that the Ravens are, probably going to wait on it until after 80, because it's a really good class.
Yes, I think.
I mean, Oscar Delp, Calvin, is incredibly athletic. The production wasn't there at Georgia overall compared to other people. I really like Max Clare from Ohio State. The Purdue film was more explosive, maybe. He didn't get as many opportunities at Ohio State, but, they have Jeremiah Smith and they had Cardinal Tate. So how often is a Max Clare going to get the ball thrown to him? I really like Max Clare. If I had a choice out of everyone who's there now, I'd probably pick Max Clare. Good point, Tomato, that there's no guarantee. Yeah, on D tackle, and the quality of what could be available at pick 80 might be different. So that's the balance, right? Or that's the quandary that you're in when you make a decision like a Zion Young instead of, a Lee Hunter who just went to, Carolina. So yeah, I mean that's something for us to second guess or talk about. It'd be great if they got DJ Reader. I think that would plug a gap from a roster standpoint, but also on the field. Great run defender, or very good at this point. Who do the Jets have to take for everyone to be on board that they're doing a good job in this draft? Because I like what the Jets have done. Do you? Oh, wow. Well, yeah. As if I already didn't like what New York was doing when they get D'Angelo Pons. Sign me up. Pons and Omar Cooper from the same school, Indiana. Sadiq, another Big Ten guy from Oregon. And then David Bailey. I like what the Jets have done. Karuga, any thoughts on what the Jets are doing?
I love what they're doing as well. I think I was surprised that they went with Bailey over maybe someone like Reese, but I think they're knocking this out of the park as well. I'm curious what their quarterback situation is going to look like in the long term. I'm just wondering what Justin Fields can kind of provide at this point.
Geno Smith is who they brought in.
Oh, excuse me. Jesus.
Yeah. No worries. Understood, man. Those guys have moved around, each of them. Geno Smith was with Seattle and then the Raiders and now the Jets. And Fields was, of course, with, Chicago and then Pittsburgh and then the Jets. And now Fields is actually in Kansas City and might, there's a scenario where Fields ends up starting games early in the year, because Mahomes is still coming back from injury.
And on that note, I love, just since you mentioned them, I really love what the Chiefs, even though I hate to admit it, I love what the Chiefs did with picking up Mansour Delaney. I think that was a phenomenal pick as well. But just back to the Jets, yeah, I think they're loaded. If Geno can get back to a little bit of what he was in 2023 or 2024, I think it was, that he kind of was comeback player of the year. Then yeah, I think they're in really good position. Their O-line. How is their O-line looking? I don't know if they had improved that situation because I know that was shaky for a little bit.
Well, they've got the two tackles that are both young. One of them's the Penn State guy from a couple of years ago, and then Armand Membao from Missouri. I think had a pretty good year. I mean, I don't pretend to know necessarily. I'm going to get to a couple of these comments. But, yeah, certainly the Jets haven't addressed offensive line here with any of these picks. Wide receiver, DB, corner, Pons, whatever, position people think he'll play. Tight end, Sadiq, and then OLB, edge rusher, whatever, with David Bailey. So, I mean, they're going to have to stop the run and be able to run the football. I really love the Pons pick. So, ZK, yeah, comparisons between Pons' height and Aaron Glenn's height. They're both really feisty, great ball skills in both of them. Pons is one of my personal favorites in the draft, so I'm definitely going to root for him. Yeah, that's a good point because they took – I think a couple of people have said that they took tight end last year as well. Or no, never mind. It was you both times, Matt. They took a tight end, both times. Sadiq, brings some explosiveness, so they're going for it, I guess. I guess that's what you do when you have 4 of the first 44 picks. Well, they traded away 44 for 50. Yeah, could be the play there for the Ravens, signing a center. I'm sure you've heard at this point the whole, Emory Jones moving to center discussion, which would open you up, I guess, to being able to take whoever you want at 80, right? If you trust that Emory Jones is going to actually move to center, number one, and number two is actually going to do a good job, then maybe you eschew center at 80. Maybe you wait. But I'm with you, Ace. I would like to fortify center, but we got D-line to possibly handle as well. So a lot of needs out there for the Ravens, just like everybody else. I didn't have edge defender listed for round 2 or day 2. need. So I don't have another line to cross out with here, but certainly tight end, wide receiver, defensive tackle should probably be listed there more so than O-line for Baltimore. Yeah, Xavier, that was Jen's idea. And in fact, last night, I think I was remiss with a couple of things, and she just handled it and cleaned it up. Like Jen and Walter, who's actually in the comment section as well, they're like behind the scenes doing all of this, basically entering the player into the slot where they're picked. And I don't know how many days they want to do that for. Like I know they want to do that tonight. And I'm super thankful, appreciative. It makes the presentation here a little bit smoother on my end, easier, I guess, or simple. That's a good pick, Jake Golday to Minnesota. He's very versatile. I could see him succeeding in a Brian Flores defense. Thank you for checking that out too, Xavier, by the way. I think EA's trying to join. I don't know if it's going to lag him out or what. I love that pick of Jake Golday, the inside linebacker that, plays some edge defender, moves around a little bit on defense, and that's really what Brian Flores does. So I think that's a really, really good pick. What's up, EA? Thanks for joining in.
Hey, Coach. How you doing?
What's up?
Good, man. This one's moving fast. It's moving faster than last night did.
Oh, yeah. What'd you guys think of the Zion Young?
Loved it. I think, Coach was talking about just how physical he is, and I feel like he's going to, I think he talked about, a rotation of getting maybe around 50 snaps. I feel like something like that, developing in that role is something that I feel like could be really great for him.
Yeah. Good pick, in my opinion. He's just a power player, really, really powerful, strong hands. Did show a lot more in the Senior Bowl in terms of variety, in terms of getting after the quarterback, some in the one-on-ones, and that's hard to always know, but I think he does need to develop, if you're looking at him as someone who gets after the quarterback, some counters. He's real strong running through guys, pretty good get off, really powerful hands, but he needs counters. One of the things you'll notice with him is he'll get a little bit of an edge, and he's not really a bender, but he'll get a little bit of an edge, and then really doesn't do a good job, or doesn't do a sufficient job, let's say, in my opinion, of using his hands when he gets just a little bit of an edge with a little bit of a rip or a clear. But those things will come. I think it's a good pick. I think it was a real purposeful pick. Clearly, I think that's the guy they wanted. I think it's a good pick.
Agreed. I think my comment was, in some of the mocks, people were projecting like the Ravens to trade back to 26 or 28 and take Zion Young. And I never felt like he was a first-round guy. If that had happened and the Ravens had picked him at 26 or 28 in a trade back, I would have called that a B, for me at that location. However, at the location he's at, 45, given that we have Mike Green, Trey Hendrickson, Tavius Robinson, there's some overlap between Tavius Robinson and Zion Young in some ways.
Yeah.
I think it's an A+. I really do. I would have loved Christian Miller. He went 3 picks earlier. I think this is a great pick. And that's me saying that even though Zion Young is not one of my personal favorites from watching the film, violent, pursuit, length, range, all of that is there, physicality. The pass rush stuff, I do not expect him to be on the field on 3rd and 6, hardly at all. Not with Matabike's healthy, Mike Green, Matabike, Trey Hendrickson, maybe Tavius Robinson. I just don't see Zion Young as a guy developing pass rush moves faster than – basically, I don't think he's a better player than Tavius Robinson right now. Having said that, Tavius Robinson, I think, is going into year 4. So, presumably we keep Zion Young around, and Tavius Robinson hopefully gets 6 or 8 sacks and plays really well and leaves, and we get another comp pick for him.
Yeah, I think he's a guy who can get on the field too, pretty short order, which is what you want. Which is what you want in the second round. We've had our share of second round edge guys, in particular, that didn't happen. I think he finds his way on the field, and I think he plays the run well straight away.
Agreed. Exceptional against the run, very violent and tough. Like I said a couple of times, not one of my personal favorites, but significant talent. And to get him at 45, I think was fantastic. Apparently, the Lions thought that we were going to go Derek Moore because they traded up in front of us to take
I saw that.
Second year in a row, they traded in front of us.
I thought of you as soon as I saw that. Man, they're gonna scoop us. And then, of course, we were going to hear that DaCosta should have moved for somebody, but we'll never know, I guess, right?
Don't need to. I mean, for me, Derek Moore is on the board. Zion Young is on the board. Denai Dennis Sutton is on the board. Jayshon Barham is on the board. So at the time 44 comes up, who cares? We'll just take whichever of those guys is there and we think is the best. So great job, I think, so far by the Ravens and the Lions. So the Lions have come out of this with a starting right tackle, Blake Miller, and Derek Moore, who's presumably going to get a lot of snaps over there opposite Aiden Hutchinson. I think both of these teams have done a great job.
You see Cassius Howell went pretty early. Is that to the Bengals? Is that right?
The Bengals, yeah.
Huh.
Yeah.
Now, that was their first pick, right? They haven't picked? Okay.
That was their first pick tonight. Yeah, I don't have it up on the screen, but that was the 41st pick overall. And, that was a string of, I think, 10 picks. The beginning part, let me just share the screen. It'll be easier. I'll pull your comment back up here in a moment, Zeus Gaming. Sorry about that. So starting at in round 2, you've got receiver, guard, but then once TJ Parker goes to the Bills, look at the string of defensive players that are drafted, all the way up to Josiah Trotter at 46. The only interruption there is Denzel Boston to the receiver to the Browns, which I think is a great pick for them. I think Cleveland's done a really nice job in this draft, and I have to give them credit reluctantly. But so many defensive players off the board in a row is kind of crazy. Once Boston goes, I think it's 7 in a row. Yeah, I think it's 7 in a row. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, 7 defensive players in a row taken in the second round.
I really like that marriage of receivers that Cleveland picked up. Boston and was not Stribling. Casey Concepcion. Yeah, that's pretty good. If they can figure out the quarterback thing.
Yep, I think Todd's going to do a good job there.
Yeah, I liked Colton Hood to the Giants. That's one of my favorite guys in the draft. I think that's a very nice pick.
Unfortunately,
Giants have done a nice job so far. Have to give them credit. I like the picks. I like what they've done. I got to scroll this down a little bit. Sorry. I don't know a whole lot about Cease or Cisse. I didn't watch a whole lot of film of him. Did either one of you guys?
No, read a little bit.
I did not.
I mean, we have an evaluation on our site. I forget who it's from. Dan Vienne, shouldn't be surprised. Dan did, spectacular work, but we don't have any film of him at all. So, my apologies for that. But 2 quick picks here, Allen, and then Stowers to the Eagles. Love that pick for Eli Stowers. Love it.
Oof.
Mm-hmm. I think we could go tight end in the third.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I could see that.
Who's on the board still? Any centers go off yet? I don't think so, right?
No, not yet. No.
Yeah.
The second pick of round 2 was Chase Besantis.
Mm-hmm.
Other than that, no offensive lineman taken in the second round, to my knowledge, unless I missed one. No, none. Interesting.
Let's see.
I'll try to share a couple of these. I was trying to get to the comments, so give me a moment. What's next for the Lions? Well, they don't have a third. Great username here, by the way. Appreciate that. I know you were in on the last night's stream, so thank you. They don't have a third, and they traded away one of their fourths, right? So I think the Lions are in on a tight end at some point in this draft because it's a deep class. I'm not necessarily worried about Sam Laporta long term. That's not why I say that, but just that it's a deep tight end class, and I think I'd want to go there. But I could also see them going safety. The Lions came into this with 2 fourths, 2 fifths, and 2 sixths, and now, of course, they traded away one of the fourths. So tight end or safety would be my guess, Ozzy. I guess these guys are just talking about receiver in the chat, and I wasn't tracking some of it. I was doing some Twitter posts, but a lot of receiver talent out there. Malachi Fields, Chris Bell, Surratt, Ted Hurst, Bryce Lance still on the board, Brazel. A lot of wide receiver talent there for the Ravens at 80 or anybody else in between.
Chiefs are having a nice draft too.
100%.
I definitely wouldn't mind Brazel with the next book.
Jeffrey, what trade are you talking about? Are you talking about the pick to get Delane at 6 or the one to get Woods? Perhaps I misspoke there. I thought they traded up to get Woods, but I may be wrong. If I'm wrong, I apologize. But for me, at least, for them to move up and get Delane is very difficult to watch. So just so you're aware, Mansour Delane is another Maryland guy. Played at Archbishop Spalding in Anne Arundel County, just south of Baltimore, and went to Virginia Tech for a couple of years, then went to LSU. Fantastic. So as a Maryland product, even though he didn't go to the University of Maryland, I don't know how to root for him now. You know what I mean? Because he plays for the Chiefs. So just really, really makes me disgusted with the Chiefs that they've removed the ability to root for Mansour Delane as openly as I would like to, because he's a Maryland kid. Maryland was dominant in this draft. Maryland high school products. I mean, there were so many of them. There's still some out there on the board. Jayshon Barham is one. Jalen Husky is another. There's a offensive lineman from St. Francis. I forget his name. So, it was a great pick, a great first round for the Chiefs. I think they've done a great job, unfortunately.
Yeah. Sutton's a Maryland guy, right?
That's right. Denied Dennis Sutton. Yeah.
I was a little, I guess I wasn't watching who exactly was on the board. But for some reason, I didn't expect the Ravens would take Zion Young. I'm glad they did, but I didn't expect it. I thought they might go wide receiver there.
Yeah, nothing would have surprised me. I mean, they had a lot of options. Sorry, I'm running a second monitor over here. Sorry.
You're good.
I'm trying to catch up on some of these comments. Tomato, if you're the Ravens, do you take your top center at 80? Wow. I feel like if they take a center at 80 and it's the best center in the draft according to the Ravens evaluation, I couldn't argue with that. I really could not, even though I wonder about defensive tackle and maybe corner, a young corner to start the process with. But if they take the top center in the draft at 80, I'd be ecstatic. What about you, Karuga or EA?
I wouldn't mind that at all. I think a center, has Hecht been taken?
None of them.
Yeah,
None.
I think if they get a starting center in the third round, but I'm not convinced. That's what I want. I don't want to just draft a center. I want them to draft somebody that they're convinced is going to win the job. I mean, I think they could get a guy, say, like Brian Parker. I'm just guessing or speculating where he might go in the fourth round. And he's a guy that can play up and down the line and put him in and compete at the center position. Now all of it to me is contingent on what's there at 80. Bullock, I'd like to see, somebody brought in for competition, but unless you're sure you can get a starter in the third round.
Right.
I don't know. I think there might be something better out there for us.
Agreed. I agree. I just wouldn't want to put all our eggs in the Emory Jones basket right now. So if we get to 80 and still no center has been taken, then if there's someone they feel like who can start right away, then I feel like that would definitely be probably the most valuable pick at that point.
Mm-hmm.
I feel bad showing comments from this view because it'll cover you up for a second there, EA. So sorry about that. But
okay, no worries.
A couple of other ones, Jeffrey. Good follow up. I wondered if that's what you meant. I'm fine with it. I mean, Brad Holmes. I've said this for a couple of years. They have guys they like, and they preferred Derek Moore over Zion Young or Denai Dennis Sutton, and they went and got him. It cost them a fourth to do so, but I'm in a unique position trying to evaluate the Ravens and the Lions, who have such disparate styles or approaches to the draft. The Ravens are, I'm addressing Jeffrey's question or comment down here, but trying to do so with a little bit of background. The Ravens generally stick and pick. Conservative, I guess, if you want to call it that. And Brad Holmes is a guy who likes to move around the board, and he did so tonight in moving up to grab Derek Moore. So, I mean, me personally, Jeffrey, you won't get that criticism from me because I understand why Brad Holmes is doing it. They have their evaluation, and that's what they stick to. It's a different style. Do I think that Brad Holmes' approach is always the right one, or that Eric DeCosta's is always the right one? No, you want to blend, right? You want to blend and pick the time and place to do so. So I like Derek Moore, the talent. I'll know more in the next day or two as I watch or rewatch film, I should say, to kind of give you a better idea of it.
Where are we in the draft now? See,
56. Walter and Jen have been entering the names, and so if they need help, I'll try to back them up. It's difficult for me to do with all things I'm trying to handle. But
Patriots got Akis.
Yeah. Good player along the same lines as Derek Moore, I would say, in a lot of ways.
Trying to remember Akis. Just did not like his play recognition versus the run. Thought he was pretty weak there, but if I recall correctly, I did like him as a pass rusher. Just they're kind of blending together a little bit. I thought he was probably a better getting after the quarterback, let's say, than Zion was, but nowhere near the run defender.
Yeah, I'd agree. I think he's a either one-time or two-time state wrestling champion, he being Gabe Akis.
Yeah.
If you're watching on this, first of all, thank you for watching the stream, but you can click on a player name and it takes you to our website, draftsignal.pro. When I say our website, I mean that because everyone on screen and behind the scenes has contributed to it in one way or another, either watching film and writing evals or in the creation production of the website. So anyway, in terms of Gabe Akis, there's a significant amount of film of him down at the bottom. Actually, I misspoke there. There's one play each. What we evolved to was putting game film, 6, 8, 10 plays from one game in each clip so that people could click on it and see more plays than just one. So my apologies, there's only one play each, but I'll try to change that a little bit. But very violent. I think either one-time or two-time state wrestling champion in high school, extremely strong and very young, 21 years old. I think it's a great pick for the Patriots. I don't think anyone is rooting for the Patriots, anyone except for Patriots fans, but begrudgingly have to say that this is a really good pick for them at number 55. Understood, Zeus. Yeah, I'm tracking the comment section somewhat. Yeah, I get it. You feel fine at corner, not center. Yeah, I saw your other comment that we'd like for us to address center at 80. Us being Baltimore, that'd be a great one. The next one coming up that I'm paying attention to is the Seahawks at 64. I'm wondering about Jermod McCoy, for real, in that super talented guy. Maybe they could move him. Maybe McCoy could move along slower from a commitment standpoint, the number of games played, reps played, or maybe even, doesn't play a whole lot in 2026. But Seattle's got a great system there. Maybe McCoy's going to drop really, really far because of the medical stuff. I hope not. I would, feel for a young man who's got such great ability, but did well at his pro day. And I think pulled a hamstring or a glute or something like that in his pro day.
Pregnon's still on the board.
Yep. Yep, he's still on the board. I don't have my offensive line list handy, to be honest with you, as far as who's available, but all the centers are on the board. And I feel like there's going to be a number of offensive linemen taken in this third, round tonight. I really do.
Tackles, as far as tackles, Jennings Dunker. A lot of people think he's a guard. He's still on. Caleb Tiernan from Northwestern still on the board.
Yep.
Crownover out of A&M. Yeah, there's some guys. Let's see. There's a lot of guards still there. Pregnon, Jalen Farmer, Billy Schrouth from Notre Dame still on the board. I like Inez Cooper. I just started watching him the other day.
Yeah.
I kind of like him.
Yeah.
He's still
maybe,
there.
Maybe next year we'll put something, and this is far reaching, but maybe next year we could have something that's like, round 2 on the left. And maybe over here on the right could be the players available and they get subtracted, something like that. So that, I don't want to put too much out there, but that we have high hopes for next year so far as Jen and other people who did the coding are comfortable with the workload. But, so I like this. This is a good one. Where do you think where does Bud Clark go? I felt like he was a 3rd, 4th round guy. I didn't think he was a 2nd round player to my evaluation. I mean, good player, smart. I felt like 3rd, 4th round, probably more so the 4th.
Yeah, it's always fun for me if I'm watching Mel Kiper or whatever, to see who he thinks the best 12 left on the board are, all the way into the 7th round. I always enjoy that. That would be a cool thing to have on here. Yeah.
Yeah, we'll add something like that for sure. I mean, I don't know how it would work out coding wise. I know nothing about that, but yeah. 100% will be great. Absolutely, man. I mean, it's enjoyable and fun. It's a labor of love, I think, for most of us that are doing it. So support all the people that are streaming. There's a lot that are doing it. And we're just appreciative that so many people are checking this one out while probably watching the draft on another screen.
I'm a big fan of Dominic Orange at round 3. I don't know if that's a wise pick as far as position, but I like him a lot.
Nose tackle, right?
Yeah. Yeah, let's see, Halton is on the board. He's probably a 3rd round guy.
Yep. I had 3rd, 4th for him.
Yeah. You know who I like, Coach, a lot is just in terms of potential is Durant out of Penn State. Now, I don't like him early. I like him 5th round, that kind of pick. But there's a lot to work with there.
I think you like this one. This whole and Lions fans may not be familiar with EA Edgar. He was actually one of the first people that I ever heard start talking about Sam Laporta in the 23 draft process. And of course, Laporta went on to have his borderline historic rookie year, 86 catches, 10 touchdowns. He had the injury this past year. So tight end to me, I think Ozzy's comment here was related to a question he asked earlier. Where do the Lions go next? Probably tight end, would be my guess. And I hope Laporta is 100% next year, along with whoever they take. I really like Eli Raridan, but probably not in the 4th round. Josh Cuevas as well. There's other guys. Oscar Delp, super athletic. Sam Roush. I think he's the Stanford guy, right?
Yeah, Roush is Stanford.
Who's your personal favorite tight end that's still out there? Mine is Max Clare right now. I mean, if someone was to take a tight end right now, I'd like Max Clare.
You'll have to tell me about him. I haven't watched him enough or at all, frankly. I like
Ohio State. Ohio State guy that was at Purdue the year before. And he's at Ohio State with Jeremiah Smith and Carnell Tate, so
not getting the ball.
His opportunities are limited, right?
Yeah. I'll put him up now, coach, and watching him.
Yeah, you did that last night. That was, I texted you. That was amazing to the Lions take Blake Miller. You don't even do Lions stuff, but you just went and watched it while we were live. And what you said about Blake Miller was totally in line with what I had seen and others. Al Karsten, who's a Lions content creator on Twitter, pretty much you echoed exactly what he had been saying in recent weeks, which was that that Blake Miller would be a great pick for the Lions. So for you to do that live was really cool. But, go right ahead. Logan Jones to the Bears. Let me pull that up. Femi, what's up, man? Thanks for joining.
Hey, what's up, Derek?
Nothing, man. Appreciate it. Logan Jones. We were actually talking about him earlier today, right?
We were. I'm surprised that he went before Slaughter and Hecht, and at least I think he did. I've been kind of I was on another pod talking about Zion, so.
Good pick. What did you think? I think I know because we actually talked about it earlier. Go ahead.
Man, my very first mock that I did, he fell to me, and I said, if he's there, game over. Sprint and throw it in before anybody stops you. I didn't expect him to be there. You know what I mean? And you obviously you knew I was big on Jacob Rodriguez. I just think he's a turnover machine. But are we talking about Logan or are we talking? I'm sorry, are we talking about Logan? Or are we talking about Zion? My bad.
Zion.
Yeah. Okay. Zion. Yeah. Zion. Yeah. So my comp for Zion, Derek, is Jadeveon Clowney. You know what I mean? The aggression, the ability to look. He has a unique skill that a lot of edge guys don't have, where he can actually bring pressure, and while he's on the move full speed, he can read the quarterback and the running back and still make a play and get off the block. Almost like two guys. It's amazing. He's 6'5", 265. I feel like he could be a 3-4 or 4-3 backer, and I expect Jesse to run obviously multiple fronts. So I just feel like you remember when the Giants ran that NASCAR front when they won the Super Bowl? Remember that?
Yeah.
I feel like Zion, Young, Mike Green, if let's assume Namdi's healthy, right? Or it could be Travis, and then you have Trey Hendrickson. There's a version of that I think the Ravens can run now with Zion Young. You know what I mean? I just feel like he's exactly. So I'm super excited.
Wear anybody out? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's all. I mean, yourself. You guys are giving maximum effort for 7-8 seconds, multiple plays in a row, and So late in the season last year, the Houston Texans. I'll never forget. I forget who they were playing now, but I watched 3 possessions in a row defensively, and Will Anderson and Daniil Hunter are off the field on 1st and 10. They're in the lead. Okay, they were in the lead in the third quarter. They're off the field on 1st and 10, off the field on 2nd and 8. They're on the field on 3rd and 7, and the ball is snapped, and it's just shoo. So we now have the depth to handle that. I did the JPP comp. Somebody else did the. I'm not sure about how to pronounce that name, but it's the guy who played for the Chiefs that was critical of Lamar lately. And then I don't know who did that one.
Wilson. Yeah, Omenahu. Yep, that's right.
Yeah. Who did Cleveland take? Oh, that's a good. Cleveland's having a good draft. They're having a great draft, man. They're having a great draft. Hey, Coach Monken. Hey, you know what I said, Derek? I was on
a pod last week, and I said, whatever Vegas has for Cleveland's over/under, take the over on their wins. Like they're going to be a problem, I think. If they get the quarterback stuff sorted out, you know what I mean?
How tough is it going to be for us as Ravens fans to, there's a part of me that wants to root for Todd Monken. I will.
Yeah.
There's a part of me that will root for Todd Monken. I like you guys know me well enough at this point. Like, I appreciate Todd Monken is direct. They ask him something, he answers. Sure, there's a little bit of political gamesmanship at times, no doubt. But the Browns people that I follow and know, they're like, man, there couldn't be a bigger difference between Stefanski and how he handles the press and how Monken does. They're very grateful right now for Todd Monken, at least right now.
Yeah. Stefanski that dude was smoke and mirrors. He might as well go live in D.C. and be a politician. You know what I mean? Like none of the thing he said made any sense. And I'll tell you right now, did you guys ever see the video in post game in the locker room? Yeah. I'm trying to think of who it was, but
I know which one you're talking about.
Who? So he's in there and he's making some statement about you guys know I always tell the truth, and it was Myles Garrett. Myles Garrett's eyes were like, "You always tell the truth." You know what I mean? Like that was caught, and people were kind of made a meme of it. Anyway, it was kind of funny. So Edgar Allen, is that your real name, or are we playing around here?
No, my real name's Tim.
Oh, okay, all right, Tim. Nice to meet you, Tim. Sorry, Tim.
You too.
Okay, cool.
What do you now? I think you'll have an interesting perspective. Actually, I'm going to ask you this in a moment. I'm looking this up real quick. Yeah, so that's what I thought. Emmanuel McNeil-Warren. That's a good pick for the Browns.
Yeah.
Especially in light of what they've got earlier, because they went so heavy on offense with Boston, Casey Concepcion, an offensive lineman. I like what they've done. So I want to ask you this because you have a unique perspective on this from playing for the Ravens, but correct me if I'm wrong. Your brother is older than you, right?
I'm older.
You're older. Okay. So Avion Terrell and AJ Terrell.
Yep.
Avion just got drafted to the Falcons. He's actually going to be on the same team with his brother in Atlanta. Like, how do you think that works out? What do you think that dynamic's like?
My brother and I were on this. So my brother and I both played for the Ravens, but not at the same time. But we both played on the Dolphins together and the Bears together. So
how does that work?
Oh, man. The best time was the Dolphins because neither one of us had kids yet. So we actually lived together and were playing together. And he's a linebacker and I'm a running back. So we were fighting in practice. We were arguing at home. And then we were out in Miami together having a ball. You know what I mean? So it was fun. It was a great time. I mean, can you imagine, we're from California, right? So we're playing in Miami and we're sharing an apartment. It almost felt like he went to UCLA, I went to San Diego State. So we'd often visit each other on campus. Yeah, we'd often visit each other on campus. So, and we're like best friends, you know what I mean? So it's such a gift to be in the NFL, but then also to kind of be able to play with your best friend and to be able to kind of hold each other accountable and have real conversations about internal stuff about being on a team and the things that you're dealing with, whether it's a coaching positional concern with the way the coach is coaching or the coordinator or just how we're playing as a team. You know what I mean? So yeah, it was really cool.
These guys
What's
are
the
in the
age
same
difference
position.
between you guys?
18 months. Yeah, 18 months. Yeah.
Wow.
Cool.
Wow. That's pretty cool. I couldn't imagine being on the same team. Actually, with my brother, I could imagine that. My cousin, who I coached with for years, we'd probably fist fight. It sounds like maybe you guys did, but these guys, Avion and AJ, they've got like a similar play style. I like Avion Terrell from Clemson. I know that Clemson defense was tough to watch in 2025. There's a lot of things that were weird, but that'll be interesting to see those guys in Atlanta, especially now that Stefanski is there.
Yeah, no. So the funny thing is Derek, I've been so Raven centric with everything that I've done. I feel like all my analysis, and I'm doing so many different things at once. Like, I love your analysis. So I love the depth and breadth of it. Like, very few people have covered as much ground as you have, and your team that you guys have put together with your Discord stuff and everything. So I trust your judgment, man. I trust your judgment on all the different things and ways that you analyze the positions and the players. I've been greedy, right? Everything I've done it's not Raven centric for me. If I don't see it happening, then I really haven't been looking at it that way. So Chris Johnson was the DB that I thought could fall to the Ravens potentially with the 45th pick. And
Of
I love
course.
Chris Johnson. I'm an SDSU alum. I watch every game. He was a hidden gem. I thought I
played
was the
with his
only
dad,
person.
right?
Oh,
played with
so
his
you know
dad,
what's funny? So what's funny is I thought that was his dad. He's not even related to him actually.
Oh, okay.
So there is I told you this. There is a Chris Johnson that played at San Diego State, but they're not related.
Gotcha.
Yeah. So I found that out later, but
That's all right. That's all right.
yeah. No, it's all good. Yeah.
Out.
So selfishly, of course, I was thinking that like I'm the only one that thinks Chris Johnson's got, first round talent. Like maybe he'll fall, because so many people were talking about Pons and some other DBs, at the front half of the second round. So anyway, it's my little story.
Johnson's really great. I said this last night to someone at like off coverage, recognizing the routes in front of him, reacting appropriately. I felt like Chris Johnson would be a great fit for the Seahawks as a field side corner, not boundary, where they're more man, a little bit more physical oriented to the boundary. But I don't know too much about, to be honest with you, about what Miami's doing as far as Halfy. I think I'm saying his name right. He's a defensive
Halfley.
Yeah. But they've had a good draft.
Yeah. So it looks like the Titans took Anthony Hill. I really liked Anthony Hill, by the way, as a linebacker. Yeah, I really liked him a lot. He's really young, but really talented. So I thought, I think we need to draft an off-the-ball backer, and that's why I told you earlier today I wanted Jacob Rodriguez so badly. You know what I mean? And so when he went early, and I didn't even think, like, honestly, if Jacob is there and Zion's there, they're taking Zion, in my opinion. You know what I mean? But so, hey, Tim, I didn't mean to come in and hijack you, brother.
No, don't worry, man. You're all right.
What did you? Yeah, I don't have a ton of time, Derek. So I just wanted to make sure I popped in for a little bit. But I would love to hear. I'd love to hear your thoughts, Tim. Like I feel like if we don't get the center at 80, like we're not getting him at it, unless there's somebody who's going to be converted, which I think is a gamble. To me, there's only 4 guys, and Connor Lew for me, he's coming off that ACL surgery. I don't want to deal with another injury, another projection on a guy that's talented, that's hurt. I just don't want to deal with that. So for me, Logan is gone now. He was actually my number 3 of the 3 guys that I like between Slaughter and Hecht. Yeah, I like Slaughter too. Slaughter's the guy that I like. So Tim, I don't know if you've studied the centers. I didn't mean to put you on the spot.
Yeah,
but that's
okay.
Oh, he does.
Yeah. Okay, cool.
I like Hecht. I like Lou. I want the Ravens to draft a center if they feel that center can start, meaning in the 3rd round.
Yeah.
I prefer if they don't, if there's just a guy they're bringing in because they need a center, I prefer they get somebody who can move around. I like Brian Parker.
Out of Duke,
play a bunch of different positions, and I'd like to see him come in and provide competition for Bullock, or maybe some of the vets they brought in. I'm just not sure that drafting a center for need, unless you think he can start in round 3, would be my preference. That doesn't mean I'm right. That's just kind of where I am.
Yeah, I'm Derek. I'm of the belief in Tim. I'm just gonna plant my flag here. I believe that all 3 of those guys are starters. That's what I see. I see Jake Slaughter. I'm sorry. I see Slaughter. I see Hecht. And obviously Logan's gone now. He went. I thought he was the least of the 3 that I wanted. He's gone already. So
that's the Iowa guy, right?
Yeah, the Iowa guy. Yeah, he's like a spitting image of Linderbaum, but just a little less talented, right? So, but I know the Iowa guys are tough. So Tim, I'm going to say this: if they draft either one of the kids, if they're there, I'm assuming they're drafting them to be the starter. That's how I'm looking at it. 100%. Not just let's check the box and bring this kid in and hopefully he forget all that bullshit. We're not doing that. We're not playing that game. If you don't think they can be a starter, then go. Pick the next best guy at a position. I call it the BPA need matrix, right? That's kind of what I call it. So that's what I would like to do. And is it Max Clare just went, dude? Another good tight end. There's so many good tight ends.
This was of what's on the board now with Stowers gone. I felt like, Delp is super talented and athletic, but I feel like he's probably going to go later.
I love Delp though. Did I tell you? Did I send you anything? And by the way, I saw the super chat. I think it was a super chat. Whoever that was, tell him I appreciate the love. Thank you. I saw it.
I know, right?
But I'm big on
that
Delp.
On to cover you up. I covered you up.
Okay, cool.
With that.
Okay, all right, cool. So I think it was you, and I've sent so many messages to different people. I watched the Delp video, and I was freaking blown away by Delp. He's a freaking dog. I loved his energy. I loved his vibe. He's not featured. There's nothing super about athletic. Him unless you're super athletic. Unless you're paying attention, you just might keep it moving and not even notice him. But I watched him very closely. I think he's a Raven special. Like he's a perfect tight end for the Ravens. in regard to his athleticism, his mentality. And guess what? They already brought him here in a visit. I didn't even know they brought him in on a visit. It was just coincidental. You know what I mean? So I'm
like
big on
this
Delp.
guy a lot. When Stowers was off, I thought, or maybe it was before Stowers, EA. I think I said to you, I was like, I like Claire a lot. He's the Purdue guy that great touchdown catches in 24 at Purdue, athletic catches, I should say, and making people miss. Didn't get as many opportunities in Ohio State, but if for anyone interested, he got taken by the Chargers just now or a couple of minutes ago.
Yep.
We got a lot here of him from 24 and 25 as far as gameplay. I'm not going to click on it, but it's available, to anyone who wants to check it out. I don't know about you guys, but every time this team goes to pick, I just get this feeling of dread. Like the Bills and the Chiefs. There's just something about it. Like I'm like, oh God, who are they going to take that we would have liked? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think the Chiefs have had a nice draft. The Bills, whatever on them, but the Chiefs, I think, have done a good job. So there was another kind of it wasn't a meta-analysis. It was just an analysis. But the way that I look at all the analyses, I have my own meta-analysis I do in my head on who's successful at drafting. And this is another confirmation. And Derek, if you want to, and EA, you call Tim EA, right? Is that what you call him?
Yeah, man.
Okay, cool. So if you get a chance, follow me on Twitter. I posted it yesterday. It's another analysis on drafts from 2011 to 2023. And the top three were the Chiefs, the Cowboys, and the Ravens. And the Chiefs and the Ravens and the Eagles always seem to be in the top five. I hadn't seen Dallas that high, but Dallas happened to be, like number 2 in this analysis. But once again, the Chiefs just doing what they do. They're consistent in how well they are drafting is my point. So
I wasn't mad with the Woods pick. It was Mansour Delane. I think I told you he's a Maryland guy. So
yeah,
wanted to be able to root for him. Can't now.
Yeah, he's solid. Did Pons go too, or were you just pulling? Pons is already gone, right?
Yeah, the Jets.
Okay.
Who another team I think has done a good job.
They've done a really good job.
Draft. Yeah. It's interesting to me the discussion or people that have said, this is a weaker draft or whatever, however they want to describe it. Well, you've got a number of teams who've stocked up on picks in the first 2 rounds and they've done well. So I think it's individual. Some front offices like the Bills trade back multiple times because that's what they see in this draft. Other teams have traded up. And so I just don't like blanket statements like this is a blank draft. It's whatever you need for your team, for your front office.
I felt like the second through the 5th round, there's going to be some kids that are going to be great contributors. I think so. So 100%. maybe you don't have that kind of like generational guy. I think Sonny Styles can be generational. I think like my comp for Jeremiah Love was worst case, he'll be Reggie Bush. Best case, he'll be Jahmyr Gibbs. Yeah, you know what I mean? Yeah. Like I think more Jahmyr Gibbs than Reggie. He's faster, bigger than Reggie. He just is. But like Reggie Bush had a nice career, but I don't think he met the standard for what was expected for being the number. I think he was the number 2 pick, right? So he never was quite that. He's never quite that. But I think Jeremiah Love could do a lot more stuff than Reggie. He's just a lot bigger. Jeremiah Love is 6'2", 212, 213. Reggie was like what, like 5'11", 195, 200 maybe. Yeah. He never really could run between the tackles. I think Jeremiah Love can. And so like Sonny Styles.
Did they finally go? They did go O-line. Arizona did. Yeah, so I know people were concerned, like, are they going to be able to Jeremiah Love, are they going to actually be able to block for him,
Yeah, that's a good question. Well, look at what happened to Ashton Genty and with the Raiders. Like, you know what I mean? Like, is he going to see, like right now, it's like, are you afraid of the Raiders run game? I'm not. I mean, I know they got Tyler now, but like, I'm not afraid of their run game yet. You got to prove it to me,
This one surprised me, Igbenison. I mean, I like Igbenison. He's the boundary side corner from Ohio State. It's very physical, good tackler, extremely good tackler into the boundary. But I felt like he was a little bit later. It's just, I mean, Jermod McCoy being still on the board, man, I just feel for that guy. Like, super talented.
Yeah.
Came back on the pro day, performed well, and now it's come back to haunt him, I guess.
Well, what's crazy is that's kind of a Ravens special, isn't it? If he's there like in the 4th round, or maybe the Ravens would get the center in the 3rd round if they check the box that I'm hoping they believe this guy's a starter, and then they trade back in, maybe get the DB. His last name is McCoy, right? McCoy.
Yeah, really great 24 film.
Yeah.
Colt, his teammate Colton Hood went before him. Obviously, I mean,
But if they're both healthy, he's more talented though, right? McCoy's more talented, right? They're both healthy.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, it was tough to evaluate because you're watching film from 24. But man, I mean, a couple of the games, you're like, he's just taking these guys out of the game, whether it's man or zone. I'm impressed with what we've done so far. I was saying, for Lions and Ravens fans, I like what both of them have done. Trenches, the Ravens and Lions both went O-line in round 1, and then they both went physical, strong edge defenders with length in round 2. Second year in a row that the Lions have traded up directly in front of the Ravens. Last year, they traded up in front of us in round 2 to take Tate Radledge. I think back then my perspective was, the Lions and other teams correctly see us as needing a guard. I'm talking about last year's draft.
Yeah.
They trade up in front of us to take Tate Radledge, and then of course we have Mike Green on the board. So maybe we would have gone guard, right, if Mike Green wasn't sitting there. So, and then they trade up in front of us to take Derek Moore this year. So we'll see how it works out. The Derek Moore, Zion Young, back-to-back, drafting of two physical edge defenders. I like both of them. So I'm happy right now for both of these teams. And then the Seahawks here at 64, it wouldn't surprise me if they go Jermod McCoy because they've got 2 starting outside corners in Josh Jobe and Devin Witherspoon, but what they really need is a third corner who can play outside when they slide Witherspoon to nickel on 3rd and 8. Really, it becomes their dime package, and Witherspoon slides inside, and then Nickem and Wari goes to the dime linebacker. So I'm interested to see what they do here coming up at 64. That might be a landing place for Jermod McCoy.
Yeah. Speaking of Seattle, I love Jadarian Price. He was the second best running back in the draft, right? And I think he's a guy you can build your offense around. I liked him that much, 100%. So, look at Sean Merriman. Ha.
Yeah,
you got a super chat here? I believe in Minter and his great staff. Sorry, I started reading. Go ahead. You want to?
No, you're good, man. I do the same thing.
Yeah.
Sometimes Slaughter's gone. Oh wow,
It's tough.
Is he really?
Where'd he go?
There he goes right there. Yeah. Damn, the Chargers. See, they look at they see what we see.
Hey,
you know what I mean?
I mean, I guess cut from the same cloth. What a good for them. I mean, for strengthening the O-line. I feel like the Chargers have had a quietly good draft too.
Yeah, I agree with you.
They have.
Didn't they have another one tonight? I thought they had another pick tonight. Maybe the Knights are running together here.
Well, they had didn't they have a pick earlier today?
That's the Rams. No? That's Max Clare, the Rams. I misspoke a moment ago. I said Chargers. My apologies for that. Well, in that case, I can't.
They got Akeem Mesidor with the 22nd pick, right? So, man, see Slaughter, dude, now I'm a little bit like, Now, so heck, it's like who? Now I got to go look and see who, if anybody in front of us needs a center now.
Yeah, we're at 80. The Falcons, the Colts, the Bucks, the Steelers. Yeah, so that changes things a little bit for 80. You're one less center available. Again, guys in the chat or anyone watching, I apologize. I misspoke. I said Max Clare to the Chargers. Clearly, it's not. So my apologies for that. He's to the Rams. I mean, that's a great pick for the Rams. They've started to stockpile those tight ends, and I mean their 12 and 13 personnel last year really caused people problems. They being the Rams have to give them credit. Jake Slaughter to the Chargers is a good one.
Yep. Damn. That was my guy right there.
Hecht and Lou, Trey Zune.
Yeah, Trey Zune. There's still some. Yeah, for sure. And who's the other kid from? Is it from Duke? Who's moving to center?
Brian Parker. Yeah.
Yeah, Brian Parker. So there's a couple. Yeah, but damn, it's just kind of like it's been perfect, but it's never going to be perfect, but you still hope it is, right? So.
Yeah.
But Derek, I got.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Sorry,
I was going to say I got to jump back over to the other podcast.
Yeah, man. All good.
But is there something else you want to chat about real quick? I mean, I can.
No,
is there
man.
something you would? Okay, cool. You're good.
I was going to laugh at the fact that I've watched more Duke film in the last like 2 or 3 years than I ever would have considered. But since they got Manny Diaz, it's not just their recruiting that's improved; it's their style of play.
Yeah, everything about it, right? Yeah, I agree.
They're very physical. I mean, there's a kid that we were fortunate to coach that's playing inside linebacker there, and doing quite well as well. So it's a lot of fun team to watch, and even the offense, was improved. I didn't really notice Parker as much as other guys, though.
Yeah, when I've watched Duke, I've been impressed because I remember how terrible they were before.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. So yeah. All right, man. Hey, are you back at it again tomorrow too, or are you?
I'm not sure. My boys both have baseball games, so I think the wife's mad at me already for streaming 2 nights in a row. So
yeah.
Tomorrow might be a good day for me to go to the baseball games.
Right. Yeah. No. Yeah. I'll be on the Fan tomorrow from 12 to 3 with Bruce Cunningham,
awesome.
105.7. So if you're in the car, you guys want to stream it on YouTube, you guys can check us out from 12 to 3. We'll talk about the draft.
Yeah, man.
We'll talk about everything. So yeah, I appreciate you having me on though.
Yeah, I'll call in sometime. Absolutely.
Okay. Cool. All right, guys. Have a good night.
See you, Fanny.
See you, man.
Appreciate it.
This is a good one. Bud Clark to the Seahawks. Love it.
Nice.
Well, given that he's going to the Seahawks, there's a, McDonald, and he knows what he's looking for, and he knows how to. It's kind of like the Chiefs when they take, they're going to get the most out of R. Mason Thomas. They're the same thing here. He's going to get the most out of Bud Clark.
I didn't think Clark was someone who would major in man. I may have even put that in my eval. And, of course, Mike McDonald isn't going to expect his safeties to major in man. Amanwari, Witherspoon, when he slides inside, they'll play man, but Bud Clark will not. Bud Clark will basically slide into that role of Kobe Bryant that they had last year, who played exceptional for them. And I think he's in Buffalo now, but I might be wrong. So a ton of film on Bud Clark, game film against SMU, Arizona State. Pick 6 against North Carolina this year was fantastic. Good player. I had him later, but Seattle's similar to Detroit. They see somebody they like, they go get him.
Yeah. What do you think, Coach? You think we could have a surprise pick? If we're going to have a surprise pick, anybody jump out to you or a surprise position in the third round?
Well, I'm a huge fan of Jayshawn Barham. We just took an edge defender, though, in Zion Young. I mean, Ted Hurst has not been taken yet. Bryce Lance, Brazil, Chris Bell, the receivers. I have a list right above my screen that I'm tracking off of. I like Malachi Fields, but I felt like Hurst, Lance, and Bell were guys who could make a little bit more plays down the field than Fields. I felt like Fields was kind of capped a little bit. Maybe there's a better phrase for that, but I guess people would say possession receiver. So I guess some of those receivers would be interesting. The centers still should be in play if their evaluation is that it's a starting guy.
Right.
Yeah, I would say like Chris Bell, a guy like that.
Yeah, that's an interesting one.
That'd be
right, because you guys think he would go much higher had he not been injured, right?
Yes.
Yeah. I think this was a really good round 2. I mean, I'm just tracking the talent here. Just to scroll down the list, I mean, I just feel like there's a lot of guys taken in round 2 who you could justify being taken late round 1 if it weren't for what looks to me like the NFL recommitting to taking offensive line early. Nine offensive linemen taken in round 1, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'll just give you some names of guys who were possibly projected for round 1. Caden McDonald, Denzel Boston, Cassius Howell. I'm not sure about the rest of these guys. R. Mason Thomas, some mocks had him late first round. Avion Terrell, given that he ran a 4.6, probably in the right spot. I think the second round talent that was taken here is is extremely good group. I think that this is a unique draft, and that the second and third round talent is somewhat I don't know what the word is, equivalent, ubiquitous. Maybe that's the wrong word.
Not much drop off, or yeah. In terms of, you've seen a lot of guys who can play that are going to play a role pretty early.
100%.
I think the inside linebacker position for us, for Baltimore, is an interesting one. There's, I don't know when they would address it. What do you think? What do you guys think? Fourth or fifth, maybe?
Good point. And three of them went in this round, right? Jacob Rodriguez, Josiah Trotter, and C.J. Allen all went in round 2. So that group is being, chopped down, I guess.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's an interesting question. Who else could it be? I do not have a inside linebacker list up here right now. I guess I could pull it up on the site. Stand by.
Here's the guys that are still out there at inside: Kyle Lewis, Deontay Lawson, Harold Perkins, Caleb Elarms, or he's a really interesting player. There may be. He's not a very good read and react, but he's pretty good chase backer, great blitzer, very athletic. I'm not sure about him. I think he might be actually a good fit and someone the Ravens would go after. Doesn't get off blocks at all. He needs to work on that. There's Becker, Bryce Beckers. They have him listed as the 5th best guy. Taryn York, some later round guys, Jack Kelly. Not too overwhelming. I don't know much about Kyle Lewis.
Kyle Lewis plays the game 100 miles an hour. To me, he's listed as a linebacker. To me, he's very similar to – I don't want to say similar. His alignment and responsibilities was similar to Jake Golday in that he was often like apexed out to the field. Really, essentially, to me, oftentimes, he was just playing the nickel star.
It's like a Trenton Simpson.
Yeah, but to the field.
Yeah.
So for me, Kyle Lewis at the NFL level fits as a will linebacker / dime linebacker. Or, if some team thinks he's agile enough to play nickel, but I just don't. When I say nickel, I mean set to the field, generally going to be guarding or lined up over wide receiver as the number 2 receiver. And so I see really good coverage skills from Kyle Lewis as a linebacker against tight ends or into the boundary, but I just don't know that he'll survive to the field as a dedicated nickel. But super fun player to watch. We've got a significant amount of film of him. So, I think he's a will linebacker in the NFL to the boundary, small-ish for that role, 6 foot 220. To me, that looks like a nickel. My comparison for him was Jamal Adams. I don't know why it's not popping up. But fun player to watch, plays the game really hard and makes plays. Carson Beck went to the Cardinals. Credit to them. They were able to get a quarterback who might be able to get on the field for them, show some promise, but maybe not win too many games to put them in a precarious draft position for next year. I think Arizona's probably punting on 2026, as far as with the quarterback spot. But Carson Beck, young guy, played at Miami. We didn't have an evaluation of him. That's why there's no clip on the link. But got a lot accomplished at Miami this year, of course.
We're into round 3, right? We
Yep.
are.
Yep. Top of round 3. Zeus has a couple of. Let me play a couple of these in a row. So Zeus was talking about Chris Bell, before the injury, and so I'm going to show a couple of these comments in a row, talking about his back shoulder catches and where he was originally projected, and then of course Chris Bell played at Louisville, and Zeus says he's a season ticket holder, and the quarterback play was atrocious. And then the third here that I think could kind of be grouped in with those first two. So basically what he's saying, it sounds like to me, is, that Chris Bell would be a great pick at pick 80, because you're getting what's the idea here? Borderline first round talent, second round talent at pick 80. Is that I guess that's the idea, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I guess you might not see him this year, or maybe late November. I think he got hurt. It might have been November where he tore it. But I remember watching him, and the way he moves away from people with the ball in his hands really put me in the mind of Terrell Owens. Just great burst, very physical. I don't know that he gets on the field this year.
Yeah. Super talented, very tough. I found him to be physical. I found him to be, pretty physical player with the ball in his hand, meaning there was a couple of times the DB was converging and made contact before the ball arrived. Bell was able to accept the hit first and then catch the football second.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's unique or interesting because oftentimes those receivers get dislodged, knocked off course, however you want to describe it, and they're unable to catch the ball. So I like Chris Bell's game. If they picked him at 80, given that we have other needs, probably a disappointment for the Ravens as far as what he's able to do in 2026. But really good player. Would love to see him return to full health.
Feels like there's a number of receivers still kind of floating around.
Brazel.
Yeah.
Hurst, Surratt, Bryce Lance, I think are all still on the board.
Right. So we've got all those 5th round picks. If you take a center here or take a different position and don't get a wide receiver, you'd like to think if one of those guys is floating around, you might be able to make a move in the 4th round.
Yeah.
Get him.
Baltimore goes 80, and then their next pick is 115. Detroit is off the board now until 118, and Detroit traded their other 4th rounder, which I think was 128, to the Jets to move up and take 44. And Seattle is out of play until 96, which is not the end of round 3 because you've got comp picks. I think two comp picks for the Vikings, one for the Steelers, and I believe one for the Jags. And I think that ends the 3rd round. So we're talking about 30 more picks, actually more than 30 picks. I'm in it the whole time, though. I don't know if you guys are. I'm intent on streaming for the whole thing. I'm glad that it's moving quickly, to be honest with you, as far as the pace of who's being taken.
Crawford went to the Raiders.
I feel like the Raiders are having a quietly good draft.
Yeah. Tyler O-line. I watched him a little. There's something there. O-line. I try to stay away from watching greatest hits, but sometimes near the end of the draft, you watch the highlights and you see these traits and stuff. And I did watch that, and then I figured, well, I better watch the actual game tape. And it's never quite the same,
Absolutely. Jason from Huddle It Up Films and I were talking about that and what each other's process is. I usually pick 2 games of high production, but against quality opponents. I don't, Michigan beats Norfolk State by 50. I don't consider, that's not one that I look at. I'm talking about Big Ten, ACC, Big Ten, SEC, ACC, or Big 12 competition. And then I usually look at the 3rd game that I look at is usually the best team they played. Who's the best team they played? By the time I get to the 4th or the 5th game, I pretty much know what I want to say, but I like to get there. I do take a look at the highlights around that time, especially if I watch a game against, let's say, Georgia or Alabama or Michigan, and the player didn't get much opportunity to do a damn thing. Then I'll go watch the highlights to be like, oh, wow, there's a drastic difference, like you said, between looking at them against the highest competition in college, and then you go look at their highlights against some of the weaker opponents, and you're like, wow, you get so I like to try to balance it out. So I'm in total agreement with you that the highlights give you a different impression sometimes.
Sure. Didn't watch much. He started buzzing recently, didn't he, Crawford?
Yeah. The other Auburn edge.
What's that, Coach?
The other Auburn edge, right?
Right,
Besides Falk.
Yep. Where did Falk go?
Tennessee, late first. 32? No, a 31. 31 Tennessee. That was the 6th trade in a row.
That's right. That's right. What about the Gator? I can't think of his name right now. 88.
Banks.
Yeah, where did he go?
He went to Minnesota at 18. And I think the talent is what people were like, oh, okay, that fits. But the injury history and stuff was concerning. So, I mean, Minnesota knows what they're doing with defense. Maybe, you and I did a significant study, 1 or 2, I guess, on Flores. So, I tend to think he knows what he's doing. So we'll trust him there. But Banks certainly a risk, I think.
He is.
So these guys in the chat are talking about Brazel still being available. Why he could still be available, and him being lazy or what have you. I don't know a whole lot about that. I studied 3 games of him, and that's about it. The Georgia one was the one that stuck out to me. He shredded those guys. Jeffrey Osborne, really cool question, observation. Eli Raridan is a great story, I think. Notre Dame, high-level recruit, 6'6", great blocker. EA, will talk about him in a moment, I'm sure, because EA did a real in-depth evaluation of him. But for background, ACL injury his senior year, I think during basketball season. Went to Notre Dame, tore his ACL again at Notre Dame as a true freshman, and then finally had some production his last 2 years, which was his junior and senior year. I think he's a really complete tight end. Do you want to take over that part of it, EA? I know you can eval on it.
Yeah, he's got good hands. I think he's a red zone threat. I think he really starts out on the field, which is no small thing. The idea that he's a really good inline blocker, can block the edge, D-end off the edge. They move him around a lot. They move him out of the backfield, sort of like an H-back lead through. Just very accomplished, I think. Very often, you just turn on the tape, pretty much any random game, and you'll see them working behind him and having him out in front.
In the run game.
Yeah. I did think he tested through the roof athletically, but he appears kind of stiff compared to some of the other tight ends. But I think he's a good pass catcher, certainly some of those Nick Boyle type routes. And I think he's probably a red zone threat. There was a lot of running going on at Notre Dame this year, so he didn't get the touches maybe that he could have. But I like him.
6'6".
Yeah, he's a big boy.
Yeah, I like his game. I think the ACLs were I believe it's the winter of 21. No, excuse me, winter of 22, and then fall 23 that was the ACLs. I could have that backwards. It could be winter 21 and fall of 22, somewhere in that range. So, because I think he played 23 at Notre Dame, didn't produce much. Played 24 at Notre Dame, produced a little bit more, and then this past season 25 had like 28 catches, somewhere in that range. But good blocker, really. He may be one of the better tight end blockers in this draft, in my opinion.
I think so. I think him, Roush is another good one in that regard. I'd be happy with him. I don't know. Maybe 4th round with him. Certainly 5th. That's somebody you'd like. I'm guessing we take 2 tight ends. Is that what you guys think?
Most definitely.
Anybody you like in particular?
I think some of these tight end related questions or comments in here is related to the Lions, possibly Ravens as well. A couple of these usernames I've seen so often that most of the time, generally, I can differentiate between the usernames and know whether they're a Lions or a Ravens fan or sometimes Seahawks. But those are very unique. The Seahawks usernames pop up in Seahawks videos. That's pretty much it. But I get the sense that a couple of these inquiries about tight ends, or comments, I should say, is related to the Lions and Laporta.
There goes Roush. Roush just went off.
Oh man, I was just about to say I was going to answer your question and say Roush would be kind of nice, but there he goes
to the Bears.
Yep.
Right.
Yep. Sorry about that, Coach.
No, that makes sense. I mean, the Bears lost Smythe to us. They've got Loveland and Komet, so good pick for them in my opinion. Ben Johnson knows what he's doing. Bottom line, he knows what he wants.
I think our division's really, maybe outside of Pittsburgh, the Bengals and the Browns are improving in the offseason and this draft, I think.
Yeah, I agree. I think that what the Browns have done is obvious and notable. The Steelers got a lot of flack for the Makai Lemon situation, but I like Ahinachor, or however you say his name.
Yeah.
And then they take Jeremy Bernard.
I really like Ahinachor. Something that stands out to me outside of the great, he's just a tremendous kind of rare athletic guy, size and all that stuff. But if you watch him in the there's a scene, if you will, in the one-on-ones at the Senior Bowl where Derek Moore gets stuffed by him and then decides he's going to take a swing at him. And really, for no apparent reason, he kind of takes a poke at him, and instantly Max goes right back at him twice as hard. And you could tell that's the kind of guy you want blocking, and he'll fit right in Pittsburgh in terms of that mentality.
Probably be the right tackle and slide Faltano over to the left would be my guess.
I think so.
Yeah, Scott, I think that Raritan would be a great pick for Detroit. I seem to remember your username, and if I'm incorrect, my apologies for that. I think Raritan would be great with one of those fifths. The projections for Raritan that I've seen, like late 6th round pick, that's not where I am with Eli Raritan. I feel like he's a player who should be taken off the board mid 5th round at the latest, but I could be wrong there. I don't know that you get him in the 6th round as Detroit. Awesome comments from Zeus about his own personal experience with ACL tears, apparently 3 of them. I mean, that's horrific to deal with. I actually know a superb athlete, high school running back, who tore his ACL 3 times, once in 8th grade, once in 11th grade, and once while he was at the University of Rutgers. And that, really diminished the explosiveness and ability to make cuts, and so just didn't turn out for him in college the way that it could have. So that's tough. So as far as Raritan goes, I think that's where the conversation was born out of. He looks good on film to me. I mean, the acceleration and the movement and stuff. I guess what I'm saying is, when I watched the film of Raritan, and then I found out later that he had 2 ACL injuries, I was surprised because he moves well.
Yeah, I didn't realize that.
Bell is the 6'8", 6'9" tackle from Miami, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, left tackle at Miami, I think. Yeah. Seems like every year there are guards that I overrate. And they end up going in the 4th or the 5th, and I'm like, oh, they're a 2nd round, 3rd round guy. Let's see.
Yeah, well, I think to some degree, some of it is hard to project, and it's kind of what Matt's touching on here. Some of the guys projected to be round 5 are going to be round 3, and some of the guys projected to be round 3 by us, me, or you, whatever, might be round 5. I also think with this draft, I think they're somewhat interchangeable in with this particular draft. I feel like there's a glut of players in this range, in this late 2nd round, 3rd round into 4th round range. I feel like there's a lot of players that are there's not really much of a differential between them, at least for me when I watch the film. I feel like there's a whole lot of guys that fit in this pick range right now.
So how far do we have before the Ravens? Another 10 picks, something like that?
Yeah. Man, Romello Height is someone I'm going to root for. Older player, obviously. Let me share that He just got taken by the 49ers.
Mhm.
Small, thin frame compared to other edge rushers. It's a 4.64 40, but you watch his burst. He's got significant burst, and I like his game. Plays very downhill ish, I guess. But I think he's 24, turning 25 years old. So there's a lot of things to talk about there. Got significant film of him, on the website draftsignal.pro for anybody who's interested in it. Probably don't have too many 49ers fans watching here. He just went to San Francisco at pick 70. I think that's about right for Romello height. There's still good edge defenders on the board. Deni Dennis Sutton. Crawford's off the board. Barham's still on the board. I think there's one more that I don't have listed, or I didn't name out, I should say.
Do you guys would you like Pregnon here potentially?
So basically, if you're saying Pregnon, then you mean as if Emory Jones is moving to center, basically.
Yes, potentially. Yes.
Interesting that Pregnon is still available.
Yeah.
I had a thought about a second guard, and I think it's a moot point probably. But, man, can you imagine Jalen Farmer at right guard and Venga at left guard? Just going forward for 4 years? Man,
Yeah,
I don't know I don't know that solves your center problem. But.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to project. I think you said it first, and I think Femi did as well. It's hard to project someone moving to center.
Mm-hmm.
How that works out. So a second guard now, probably not, Karuga, for me. A center, maybe corner. Jermod McCoy's still out there. Dalen Everett, I think Everett's still on the board. I like him, but probably not round 3. I had him as a round 4 guy. Look, Pregnan's 2024 film, I think it was USC, was not good. It was not good. But the 25 film was a whole lot better.
Yeah, I was just surprised that he fallen as far as the reason why I had brought him up in particular.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, any strengthening of the trenches, the offensive line or D tackles, I would be happy with. I think that's where we are. I get it though that there's weapons that people would like to see us take advantage of. Ted Hurst, Bryce Lance, Chris Brazel. I'd be interested in the Ravens' evaluation of them and who they like. I'd be interested in receiver here and seeing what the Ravens do with whoever they think is the best for them. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
And if the double dip at tight end happens, I feel like it's going to be in the 5th round if they don't package those picks to move up at some point.
That makes sense. Xavier Harris and Dominic Orange, Grayson Halton are 3 D-line guys still hanging out. Daryl Jackson Jr., I'm not a big fan of him at all. They have him listed on there.
Yeah, that's the Florida State guy, right?
Yep.
Yeah, he's a first guy off the bus as far as a physique, size.
Yeah.
But the play I didn't think necessarily always lined up with that type of presentation.
Yeah, I wasn't big on him. Watch will take him.
Heck is still on the board, right? Yeah, Heck's still on the board.
Mm-hmm.
Could be the play if the Ravens have that evaluation of him. They're cutting it close here. You've got, and the unfortunate thing is, all right, ready, guys, between now, where we are right now, and the Ravens picking at 80, you've got the Bengals on the board at 72 at this moment. You got the Browns at 74, and you got the Steelers at 76.
Mm-hmm.
And you got Lou there as well. I'm sorry.
What's that? Yeah, Lou. Yeah. Good point.
McCoy is also still hanging around, isn't he?
Yep,
Yeah.
Still on the board.
Is that too tempting for ADC to turn up?
Yeah, I mean, good question. Super talented. I'll root for Jermod McCoy no matter where he goes because he's fallen so far because of injury. I mean, He knows who he is if he's healthy. He's played in the SEC, played at a high level. So I will root for that guy. It'd be easy to root for him if he was in Baltimore.
Mm-hmm.
That's an interesting point by Tomato. Only a win now contender who needs a plug and play guard would have taken him early. Got it. Okay. He's older, right? He's 24, I think, turning 25, if memory serves. I may be wrong there. Karuga's got an angry keyboard.
My fault.
It's like that. There's like a meme for that or a GIF for that. Sorry. Hurst is the best of those three. Okay. You mean receiver, obviously. Go ahead, Karuga. Sorry.
I was just surprised because there goes Takario Davis. I'm surprised he got taken this high.
Bengals.
Mm-hmm. I feel like the Bengals are doing a nice job.
Let's see.
They parlayed pick 10 into Dexter Lawrence. They got Cassius Howell, and now they've got Takario Davis, the 6'4" corner, right?
Mm-hmm.
Bengals and the Browns.
That's a great point by Zeus about Tez Walker's development. Other than the deep speed, I mean, he's got what, 6 career catches and 3 or 4 of them are touchdowns.
Yeah. I think he's come a long way. I mean, in terms of what I expected watching him coming out, very raw as a route runner, and I think he's come along.
Karuga, you see the screen?
Yeah.
My gaming keyboards were always quiet because I didn't want anybody to hear, but
I need to upgrade my monitor.
this is a good one. Grayson Halton comp. I'm trying to think. I don't necessarily recall what ours was. I'll pull it up on the site here, Jeffrey, in a moment, and we'll see it. I felt like Grayson Halton was a penetrating defensive tackle.
Yeah. There's a lot of Peebles parallels to me. I think there might be a higher upside with Halton, but I'm not sure he gives much more in terms of getting upfield than Peebles.
Yeah. A little bigger though than Peebles,
He's
right?
thicker. Yeah, he's definitely thicker.
Kobe Turner, not as disruptive, but I think sometimes, and I do this too. My player comps are normally the high end projection for a player. That's where I go with my player comps. Best case scenario, what we see. I mean, occasionally that does not apply. Occasionally there's the Zion Young page. Let me pull that up real quick. I put JPP in here as a player comp. Someone put Tyree Wilson. I'm not sure who did that, but I welcome all of those because hopefully if you do visit the site, you get 2 or 3 different perspectives from an evaluation standpoint. There's one by me, one by Dan Viens, and then from a player comp standpoint. Hopefully that makes sense as far as your question, Jeff.
You could see the rationale behind the Ravens taking him if the injured who's the injured 3 tech? I can't remember his name. Isn't coming back. If there's something wrong,
Yeah. Matabike.
Yeah.
Tomatoes 100% here. I mean, the Browns killing it. I think they're doing a great job. The Chiefs, great job. The Bills are like in this draft. The Bills are like the horse that got a slow start, but they're going to come on. I mean, I think the Bills have a ton of picks in the 3rd and the 4th and the 5th. I believe they traded back a ton. They should.
There goes Fields.
Delp went off too.
Oh wow, that's a good one. Those projections for Delp, like, I don't mean people who picked him. I mean the website's projections, mock draft database. Like some of them are in the 5th and 6th round. I was like, what are they watching? I mean, he's super talented guy. I didn't see that at all. This looks right to me. 73 for Delp.
Mm-hmm. Fields to the Giants. That's interesting. Did they move or were they already there? Was that a
I'm not.
trade?
I'm not sure. Old Walter and
Oh yeah, they traded.
wow. To get a big X.
Was that Cleveland? Did they move with Cleveland?
Yes, they traded 4 and something else. Sorry, I didn't see.
That's all right. That's a good question, Zeus. I mean, how does Tez fit with the Johnson offense? You're talking about Ben Johnson offense that's coming to Baltimore now. Maybe the Luther Burden type role, but Burden I think is just a better receiver than. I mean, Tez Walker went to North Carolina as a senior after transferring from the MAC. It's not like Tez Walker was a 5-star recruit. I mean, Luther Burden was. So I think some of these guys. I wonder what Tez Walker's ceiling is, I guess is what I'm saying. Could he ever be a 65, 70 catch guy in the NFL? I'm not sure that he could. So, but could he be a big play guy? 5 or 6 touchdowns in a season on 20, 25 catches. I think that's possible if that's what you're asking. Look at what the Browns have done here. Just these guys are updating the trades. I mean, this is amazing for me, at least from my perspective. Like the fact that they're updating this live. So look at the Browns. They got 145, 146, 148, and they got 4 picks out of 5. How often has that ever happened? I wonder if it's ever happened. Someone having 4 picks in a span of 5. They might as well trade for pick 147 at this point, and get 5 in a row.
I like that for them. Those guys need offense. It looks like there's still a lot of guards and tackles floating around for the Browns.
The Browns have 105. I think they're done in this round. Yeah, because they traded, right? That's the idea. That's what you're saying, Karuga,
Yeah.
They traded with the Giants?
Yes.
So the Browns are at 105 and then presumably done for round 4 tomorrow. And then they've got 4 picks in a row. Are they done after 149? Is that what this is? Is that they can pack their shit up and go home? No, they got 248. Huh. So as far as Chris Bell or Chris Brazel for the Ravens, I mean, I like both of those guys. I like the talent that they have. Is it the right fit for the Ravens at 80 with where this board is going? I'm not sure. I mean, the best center is positional need, but is the center at 80 going to be the best player on this board? No, in my opinion. I don't think it'll be the best player available. EA or Karuga?
I agree. I don't think Heck. Probably Brazil. I feel like would be that player, the best player available at this point.
But we need a center, so
Exactly.
it's a balance. What did Femi call it? The BPA need matrix or something like that?
Something like that.
I'm gonna put his into my phone. I'm gonna put that as his first name. Screenshot it and send it to him. Did the Steelers just trade up also, or were they already here at 76?
They were there, pretty sure. Yeah.
Johnny, to answer your question, I guess, I think Bell is a better player than Brazel. If he's healthy, he's not healthy. So at 80, if I was to take one, I'd say probably Brazel, but Hurst and Bryce Lance are still on the board. So I really like Bryce Lance. I do. So, I mean, we'll see what they do. Maybe they don't go receiver here. Jayshawn Barham is there, who just plays like a Raven. I love his game. I hope somebody like Barham doesn't go to the Steelers at 80.
They're on the clock now. 76.
Yeah, 76, sorry.
I don't know. I'm looking at these best remaining, just trying to go through these. I'm not sure, with Hecht on the board, I'm thinking they are going to go Hecht or Lou here.
Makes sense. I mean, that's the right move, right? Isn't it?
Yeah,
I think so.
you can get a starter. I'm not in love with what's on the board beyond that, to be honest. Zachariah, some wide receivers, Pregnon, we don't really need that. Dunker, a safety, Halsey.
I like Chris McClellan in the 4th, though. Not here. I like McClellan in the 4th, or Halton.
Yeah.
Skylar Bell, that's a name that most people haven't mentioned. Matt just talked about in the comment section. Jeffrey, thank you for checking out the site. We're very proud of it, and we hope to do it even bigger and better next year. Jake Howard and I literally were texting last night after the draft, and we're like, we'll start working on next year's draft website probably next week. I mean, that's really the idea. See how far we can push it.
Wow, if they were to double dip at edge, man, if Sutton is floating around in the 5th round.
Third. You mean if he's floating around?
If Dennis Sutton is still on the board in the 5th round.
Yeah. I can't see him going that far. I understand I understand why he's here. Pad level, some inconsistencies. I get it, but I like his downhill style. I don't even know that he'll be there at 115, to be honest with you, the next time we pick. I think he's gone, but we'll see. If Jason Barham is there at 115, man, I'm running the card up. I love that guy's game. I like Dalen Everett. Some of my personal favorites, Dalen Everett. Keontae Scott is still on the board. Is that correct, guys?
Yes.
That's an interesting pick.
Steelers took a quarterback.
What?
Woo.
I'm behind you. That's interesting.
Who'd they pick? Who is it?
Oh, man.
Drew
Sweaty Zeus, you're my kind of guy, brother. Harbaugh the last 2 seasons with the New York media. Yeah, it's pretty much where I am. Aller to the Steelers, round 3.
There's a lot of animosity toward Aaron Rodgers by the Pittsburgh fan base for making them wait around and hemming and hawing.
Yeah.
And I think they just have to cover their bases.
Aller gets to stay in Pennsylvania. I don't think he's from Pennsylvania originally, but he went to Penn State. I think he was a 5-star recruit. If he wasn't a 5-star, he was a 4-star. He did have a great 2024. Things didn't pan out in 2025 for that Penn State program at all. Things fell off a cliff, unfortunately. There's some talent there, but there's a lot to clean up, in my opinion. I did not do an eval of the quarterbacks at all. I have to briefly shout out Adam Emmert from Seahawkers Pod. He did 5 evaluations of the quarterbacks. This one's, kind of short and sweet, but if anyone wants to click on the link for Drew Aller on the live, you're more than welcome to do so. I think he's got talent. I think there's a lot of sloppiness, in my opinion. Penn State was, how do I say this? Penn State did a little bit of this, a little bit of that, and a little bit of many things on offense, and I didn't feel like Aller was consistent with a lot of his steps and a lot of his movements and stuff. So we'll see what Pittsburgh can get done with him. I mean, if you're a Steelers fan, no one's watching it who's a Steelers fan, but if you have Aaron Rodgers and Drew Aller as your quarterbacks in 2026, at least for them, they feel like, okay, I've got my quarterback for right now, Rodgers, and I've got my quarterback for the future in Aller if he develops. That's to be determined on both accounts, right? Because Rodgers still hasn't decided to come back.
Right.
Correct.
Yep.
Trying to replay as many of these comments as possible because there's so much good interaction. I mean, I feel bad for not highlighting every one that's so focused and mature on the players. Like, there's so many people in this comment section that clearly know the players. I mean, it's really cool. So, yeah, Steve Smith's receiver evaluations are sick. I mean, Steve Smith, the way he goes over some of the receiver stuff is great. And I think he's just he's spectacular at what he does. Skylar Bell, I don't know a whole lot about.
I think he called Carnell Tate to the Titans like a couple days before it happened. Yeah, I love his analysis.
Skylar Bell is from. He's not UConn. He's a different school though. I can't remember what school it is.
I think it is UConn.
Okay.
Isn't he? I could be wrong.
I am not jealous of Steelers fans. I don't know who he's a Browns content creator. Actually does a great job. I subscribed and I like his stuff. Quincy Carrier. And I think he's got a draft watch party right now that like 1,900 people are watching. So that's awesome. He did a video today of talking about the whole Mekhi Lemon situation. He was just laughing the whole time because he was like, we're Browns fans. We haven't had much to root for in recent years, but we can root against the Steelers. And he was like just happy that how it worked out, I didn't really pay attention to it, but just a wild situation to have a player get taken by two teams or two teams actively trying to take him, one pick separated from the other. Interesting. And he has not been selected yet though, right? Nussmeier, he's not he's still on the board. To my knowledge, he has not been selected, right?
I don't.
Yeah, he's still. Yeah, he's still available.
Interesting. I think to some extent it depends on where he goes, right?
McClellan just to Green Bay.
Good one.
Mm-hmm.
You think that's the right spot for McClellan? Pretty much. I mean, I was wondering about him being there in the fourth.
Third or fourth is, yeah. Yeah, it's not. I'm not surprised he went this early.
Yeah, management probably knows. They probably know. I mean, or knew months ago.
Skylar Bell stuff's going to be hard to find, other than highlights.
Agreed. Halsey to the Colts. I like that. I thought Halsey would be off the board by the end of the second round. I had him in the 55 to 60 range or 50 to 60 range, somewhere in that. So maybe I was a little too soon there. But good player, very physical, hits hard.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, so Skylar Bell is UConn. Okay, got it.
Any thoughts to Jacoby Lane? Have you watched much of him, Coach?
I love his game. I like his game. Contested catches, but not just contested catches to the boundary. I mean, over the middle contact from a safety converging. I mean, I like Jacoby Lane's game. I think he took a step up in 2025 from a production standpoint, if memory serves, that he was a guy who wasn't high production prior to 2025, but did exceed his previous production levels this past year. I don't have the stats memorized, but I'm looking now. Oh, never mind. 12 touchdowns in 2024, so I had it backwards. I liked his film. I mean, I did. I liked his film. Of course, he's on the field with Mekhi Lemon, so sometimes, he's not getting many targets.
It's interesting in watching I'm looking at the best available as listed by ESPN. I kind of like page 2. The players that are available, they list as best available on page 2, better than page 1.
So like the second group available now. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Big fan of Halsey. I liked his game when I saw him play in like a zone match type relationship. My comp was CJ Gardner-Johnson. Ball skills, awareness, hits hard, physical. Maybe he's not as hard-headed as C.J. Gardner-Johnson, but I love C.J. Gardner-Johnson's game. So for me to give him that evaluation was high praise. Interceptions from 24 and 25. A great play here against Texas A&M as the quarterback scrambles. I mean, this is a fantastic play. If anybody wants to check out Halsey, the second middle clip there. Tackles really well. We got evaluations from myself and Jason Smith. So a good player, and he gets to go to Indianapolis where they have Lou Anarumo running the defense, right?
Mm-hmm. Oh, we're up, right? We're on the clock now?
Yep. A lot of options here.
Oh, man, I'm a full 2 picks behind.
Benny is the D tackle from Michigan, I believe, right, Matt? Dominic Orange is the Iowa State guy, right?
Iowa State, yep. Like him a lot.
Yeah, those guys wouldn't be bad. I wasn't as big of a fan of Benny, but I recognize he's a good player. We didn't have him on our board. It's not that I didn't think he was draftable. We just started this process a little bit later than other people. And so there's, probably 15 or 20 guys that we quote missed that are, draftable guys up through the 5th round. So I don't think we had him on our board. Yeah, Jeffrey, I agree. Keontae Scott is a really good football player as a dedicated nickel. Those dedicated nickels, you're going to see more and more of them because more college teams are playing base nickel defenses and more high school teams are too. So you're going to see more and more of them. At some point, the NFL is going to have, you got Jalen Petre, dedicated nickel defense. Taron Johnson for the Bills. They've been a dedicated nickel for a while. Nick Manwari, Kyle Hamilton, Derwin James. Keontae Scott, maybe not that athletic, but he's a playmaker. I like his game. I agree, Tomato. It seems like that's almost a foregone conclusion, but you never know. It would stink if they traded out. That's what they did last year. You remember they had at the end of the 4th. We traded like we had 2 late fourths. I think we traded one back into the 5th and then traded it again and then ended up taking, I think, Vincent.
Right.
I hope they just take Hecht and just keep it pushing.
Yeah, I'm very happy with 1 and 2, rounds 1 and 2. Let's see what we can do here.
100%. I mean, they absolutely addressed the things that we knew to be weaknesses, the interior offensive line, the depth along the D-line. I mean, we've got significant depth here that guys can go a possession and not play and then go back on the field fully fresh. So I like what they've done so far. This pick right here, I think could be an A start if it's a starting caliber center, if Hecht is in fact one. Agree, Matt. Ton of great options for the Ravens right now. I didn't know that Femi had played with his brother in 2 different NFL cities. I didn't know that. That's pretty crazy.
Ain't that wild? That's pretty cool. I thought he was the younger of the 2 brothers too.
I did too. So apparently we got Jacoby Lane.
Okay.
Got no problem with that.
That's that big boy, right?
Yeah, big boundary side X.
Yep.
Depth at receiver. Maybe it allows Bateman to move around some. I'm not sure that Bateman is a, dedicated X. Let me rephrase that. I think that we could use Bateman in a little bit more versatile way as opposed to just a boundary side X. I'd like to see him part of the read more often, I guess is what I'm saying.
I think we can get a center in round 4.
Yeah.
And I think we can get D tackle. Look out, Maestro. I think we can get D tackle later in 5.
So 12 touchdowns in 2024, 4 last year. 18 touchdowns on 99 career catches. 4.47 40, pretty good time for a 6'4" guy.
Yeah.
I did an evaluation, long arms, and I've got just one play clips here at the bottom on the website. So for any Ravens fans that want to check it out, I remember this one, the jump ball against Northwestern. We have more film than this, so I'll have to try to get that edited up. But I think he's a good player. I'm not disappointed. I mean, Hecht, is Hecht going to be there at 115? That'll be interesting. I guess, is that a gamble?
Maybe a move for him, Maybe if you're in love with the center, you can get back in the third or early four. Maybe they're waiting for one of those guys, either Lou or Hecht, to go.
Yeah. So you mean like once one of them gets picked, then try to trade back in and get the other one?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Definitely have the ammo to do it.
That would be a great. I mean, so you're talking about like here at, let's say 84, 84 the Bucks. If they take a center, which they don't need, they got the other Duke guy. So bad example, but someone in this range takes one. You're saying the Ravens call the next team and say, "Hey, we'll give you 2/5 and our 115 for your 88 or something like that." I don't know that works, but is that what you're what you're proposing, right?
I think he'd have to go. I think they'd have to wait a little longer than that. I think if they wanted one of those centers desperately, they would have taken him here.
Agreed.
Not that they don't need it or they wouldn't draft him, but I think we'll see. We'll see if they're content to just see if they fall to him or not.
We'll see tomorrow.
Maybe, yeah. Huh.
So let me get to a couple of these. Matt, I liked his toughness. And I thought there was plenty of good film out there. I don't have, unfortunately, like I said, off of the website. Let me pull that back up just for a second. I don't like covering up EA or whoever was down there. But, unfortunately, we only have one play examples here. So you can't, from one play make any conclusions or try to persuade anyone. Not that I am trying to do that. But I'd like to get more longer film length examples here on the site of him to illustrate what I'm talking about. I liked his toughness. And I thought that he was able to get open more. I didn't think he was just a contested catch guy. Like, he can't get open, he can't get separation. Sometimes the route design is entirely predictable, and a corner or a safety, can kind of quote jump it and be more connected to it. I like Lane, but we'll see.
There's some great tape. I'm watching him right now. Wide receiver we just took. He's shifty for a big guy. He's got some shiftiness in space.
4.47.
Yeah. I think he's dangerous because, he's fast enough and he's physical enough. Jump ball guy. He's got some shiftiness. He's physical over the middle of the field. There's a great play where you see him kind of blocking and then run to the post and get the touchdown down near the goal line versus Washington. This is a very interesting pick to me.
Yeah, I don't. D tackle was an option. Center was an option. Receiver, surprise. Maybe. We don't have one of these. We don't have a 6'4" guy. Maybe the Ravens are looking at. We'd like to develop him. Here's the reality. No matter who you put out there at X receiver in the NFL to the boundary, you're generally going to get man coverage to the boundary.
Yep.
That's generally what you're going to get. So, maybe sometimes the plan is out of 11 personnel to have Lane as the X and Bateman and Flowers to the field and, trips with a tight end with Andrews. So my point is, this gives them a little bit more versatility to move Bateman around some. Flowers doesn't generally play into the boundary as the X. Occasionally he does. So, I'm willing to admit that it's a little bit of a surprise for me too, but I'll definitely go look at the film. I didn't do a film study on him on my channel, but, we did evals on the players and showed film on our website, and that we felt like stood in substitution for showing the college film, which I wasn't going to do on my channel.
He's got that same sort of, not anywhere near the electric quality, but that same sort of start in the open field, make you miss, that you see from our wide. I'm sorry, guys, I'm tired. Our wide now.
Zay.
Oh, it's terrible.
Well, you've got a long day, man. I mean,
oh my gosh, I'll bore you with it some other time.
Yeah. I don't know much about Lou Chimi Suzuka. I mispronounced that. Sorry. I don't know much about Lou, to be honest with you. As far as the O-line, because of the amount of work that it took to get the website going, O-line was one that I didn't spend a ton of time evaling. Chris, Just Joking, did. EA Edgar Allen did. A couple of other content creators from the Lions and Seahawks spaces did. So I don't really have anything specific on Connor Lou myself.
Thought he was one of those guys who gets hands off first, just comparing him to some of the other centers in here. I thought, to me, he was my favorite. And then the injury, I think, sets him back. I don't know if anybody would have taken him by this point or not.
I forgot the Steelers have Will Howard as well at quarterback.
That's right. That's right.
Is Mason Rudolph still there?
I think so. I think he is.
Man.
Yeah, I mean, not knowing the Steelers, knowing a lot about the Steelers, obviously, from being a Ravens fan, I don't want to immediately pass judgment, but that does look like, if you do have Will Howard, which we think they do, they drafted him last year, and Mason Rudolph and Drew Aller and Aaron Rodgers, where are they going with this? It's crazy. It almost reminds me of the Browns last year.
Mm-hmm.
With Flacco, Kenny Pickett, Shador, and Dylan Gabriel. It's like, what? Why?
Didn't they have a fifth one? Watson, wasn't he on the team? Deshaun Watson?
Yeah, that's right. Injured, but yeah.
I think Tyler was there for a little bit.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, 6, 5, and injured. The big body X, Matt. I think there's a place for that. I don't know that Jacoby Lane, immediately is a 45 snaps a game guy, but developmental. We've got someone on a different track, a different timeline than Tez Walker, and he's on a different timeline than Bateman. Clearly we got the 5th-year option for Zay. I think we want to keep Zay around, right?
Right.
Otherwise, what are we doing? So I think we've got one that we want to keep long-term in Zay. Shorter timeline on Bateman. I think there's 2 years left on the contract, but maybe it's 3, but I think it's 2. So I like the fact that we've got another guy in the building with some talent. He's one of the top 90 picks in the NFL draft this year. How many receivers have gone in this draft right now? About 16 or 18? Maybe not even that. I don't know where we are in that hierarchy, but, I'm glad we got Jacoby Lane. Would I have liked a legitimate starting center right now locked up? Yes. I love the username, wannabe trucker Dave. We can still get Lou at 115. 9 wide receivers, that's it? Wow, it felt like more. Thank you, Walter. That's awesome. I'm guessing Matt's talking about the Steelers here, tossing darts at a board and hoping you hit a QB.
That's it.
As crazy as the situation was last year for the Browns, it led to what they have this year. And I think Monken's going to do a nice job, especially on the offensive side. I don't know anything about their defense as far as who the coordinator is, but when we know some of the talent they have over there, I think the Browns have improved yesterday and tonight, and I think Monken's going to have them ready to play a better quality of football way better quality of football than we saw last year.
Yeah, I'm a big Monken fan.
I'm going to root for him to beat the Steelers and the Bengals. If the Browns are improved enough that we can still beat them twice, hopefully, but they can steal a game or two from the Steelers or Bengals, then that's great, right?
Yep.
Yeah, thanks, Walter. I didn't know that it was only 9. I felt like more.
Dominic Orange to the Vikings.
So they've drafted a nose tackle in Orange and a defensive tackle in Caleb Banks.
Mm-hmm. Chris Brazzell off the board. Panthers.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's interesting. Orange and Banks.
Yeah, there they are right next to. That's kind of weird. Look, the Vikings are right next to each other. I guess that's the way it should be, right? If things are lined up round wise, right? Who else have the Vikings taken? Banks, Orange. Jake Golday. So they've gone totally defense. Wow. Jake Golday and all that versatility he almost in some ways looks like a Van Ginkel clone, that he plays all over the place. So, oh man, at 4 a.m. You're welcome. I mean, no, thank you for tuning in and watching some of it. Or if you've been tuning in for 3 hours and it's 4 a.m., you're a trooper, man. Like, thank you for checking it out. Didn't know how this would look, and I'm super satisfied or happy with what it's turned into the last 2 nights. Thanks for checking it out. Yeah, I'll have to go back and watch the preseason stuff last year of Bullock and get a little bit better, more fresh idea. I mean, I remember, being generally impressed, but I'd like to get a more specific look at it before I try to pass some judgment on it. I mean, do you guys think that we would possibly trade back up here? It seems a little unlikely to me, but we do have the ammo, like you said earlier, right?
That it's likely, I would say no, just because that hasn't been our MO. But considering how the draft has gone, maybe we might go against our past tendencies.
Right.
So, I mean, I think if there's someone that they covet, then yes, but I don't know who that guy would be at this point.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, there's two dedicated centers off the board. That's a great. Scott's got a follow-up comment that I think is really smart. He's thinking around 90 to 100. So really that could be like tonight. And the reality is if you come out of here with Ioane, Zion Young, a receiver, a young, talented receiver, albeit with relative weaknesses, right, in Jacoby Lane, and you were able to go get a Connor Lew, theoretically a starting center, I think that's an A+ first 2 nights of the draft. What do you think?
Sure.
A couple of people in the Ravens Discord have said, I think this is confirmation that they're moving Emory Jones to center. Wow. That would be kind of a little subversive of the Ravens in some ways to move that guy to center. Credit to them if that's the case. I mean, how many actual practices have they had? Didn't they just do a little bit this week and that's it? I mean, they didn't. It's not. That's the only workouts that we've had, right? This week.
Yeah, I haven't heard of anything or seen anything that they would be doing.
No, I mean Lamar was there for the 2 days prior to the draft. I think that's when other people were. You got us now, EA?
Oh, good. Yeah, I don't know what I did. I'm back.
That's all right, man. All good.
We got 4 in the 5th round, so
Yeah.
that's ammo. Should be enough ammo if you like somebody.
Yeah, that's what Steve. Scott said was here's his series of tweets or series of comments. Excuse me. Maybe we'll trade up. I'm thinking 90 to 100, and then what the compensation would look like. 115 and 2/5. I mean, if you came out of here with what we consider to be a starting center, Ioane, Zion Young, Jacoby Lane in the first 2 days of the draft, I think that's a home run.
Yeah, I don't. I'm pretty convinced they're taking a center, but
Right.
where, I heard you saying that Emory Jones could move to center. That's interesting.
That's the rumor that's out there. That they've considered moving him to center, and that explains why they're not taking one in this draft.
He's very mobile. In some respects, that seems like a nice fit if you could transition.
Yeah, I mean, and then you feel like you've got your guards, you've got your center, you've got your tackles. Interesting.
Still need, if that's the case, I don't know who they have swing at right tackle.
Right.
It wouldn't be Vincent, I don't think, yet.
Mm-mm.
Right.
Probably not.
Yeah,
I
I'm not as – I wasn't, what we saw last year before the draft, the college film, and then the preseason film with Vincent, I just don't hold the same opinion as many others that, he's on this track that looks like this. I just don't see it. I didn't see reasons to feel like he was improving suddenly, at least what we saw in the preseason. Of course, he didn't play any in the regular season, right? But I think 1 quarter or something like that. So
Yeah.
I'd have to see it first before I got excited about it because I didn't like the college film in the first place, to be perfectly honest.
Yeah, it's late enough that I can say this. I thought he was really not good in college. And that continued all the way through the Senior Bowl. Very, very raw. But he's kind of got that unusual, rare combination of traits,
Yeah.
that they think they can do something with, and maybe they can.
Yeah, I mean, I like what we've got here as far as offensive line coaching and the scheme that Doyle's going to bring. So I'm totally in line with all that. And Vincent's only in year 2. He's a young man who clearly wants to succeed. So we're going to find out. He'll be out there in the preseason, and we'll get a look.
Steelers just took Dalen Everett.
That's a good pick. That's a really good pick, in my opinion.
That's something the Ravens need to look at, corner draft.
Yeah. As soon as we get the player link there, I'll click on it. Look, those guys in the background are doing, entering this stuff is amazing. Walter and Jen. I wish I had a way to figure out how to compensate them and make sure that they felt respected and appreciated for it, because it's made the presentation of this better on our end. So there's the Everett link. I compared him to Josh Jobe, so I really like this pick for the I almost said Raiders, for the Steelers. Boundary side guy generally, not a field side guy in my opinion. So they've drafted a feisty, physical boundary side corner, who's 6'1". Good player.
Yeah, he fits what they want to do.
I mean, they've already got Joey Porter Jr., who holds a lot, but he's very physical and he gets away with it. He's long arms, and he's tough. And so Dalen Everett really kind of fits in that mold. Maybe that means Porter's moving to more field side corner, and Everett will be the boundary side guy. I mean, who knows? They've got. I like the Steelers draft, except for the Drew Aller stuff. I mean, I know that they get criticism for the Mekhi Lemon, but I liked Ahinachor, the tackle that they took at 21. So I think they've had a better draft than people give them credit for.
Browns got Austin Barber just now as well.
Yeah, we had him as one of the tackles. I didn't really watch a whole lot of his film, but I know other people really liked him. Chris just did amazing work with the offensive line. Chris, just joking, he's Ravens guy. If you're, I've tried to recommend to multiple people. I guess this is Chris's reaction to the Jacoby Lane. But he did great work with the offensive line stuff for the website and really made our website look complete because of all the work he did. EA must have got dropped again. You got dropped again?
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry.
Would you hit a button or something?
Oh man, don't mind me over here.
Hey guys, I think I'm gonna go ahead and probably hop off at this point. But
yeah, man. Thanks for joining in. I hope you enjoyed it.
Yes, I had a great time. Because I know when you messaged me, you said like a half hour, and here we are 3 hours later. I had a great time.
I was just gonna let you figure it out.
No, I wasn't. I had no inkling to hop off at any point. I had a great time. I really appreciate you just letting me work on this in the first place with the draft signal site. And man, I'm looking forward to work on it for next year. So I really appreciate just you giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
Awesome, man. Yeah, a lot of fun, and I'm glad you committed to next year. So I'll ask you to start next week. No, I'm just kidding.
I'll be looking out for it. No, I hope you guys have a great rest of your night, man. I really appreciate you.
Thanks, man.
Thanks a lot, Karuga. Thanks a lot, man.
Thank you, guys. Take care.
Later, man. I'm not sure how I feel about this. If you don't have a strong opinion about it, no problem. I don't know that I do, but the one thing I will say is like at certain times, like the whole position coaches picking some of the guys. Well, Vincent would be one to me. I want you, the person responsible for making the pick, to have some more input on publicly on the pick. So I know that the coaches that are there, they should have input. They certainly should. And so, I'm comfortable with people who are saying EDC should make every pick, and I think he does, but it makes me wonder sometimes about some of our picks. Well, Adisa Isaac, it was a Red Star designation or whatever, and I just didn't see where that was going to work out, where he was picked in the third round. I thought we picked him honestly, I thought we picked Adisa Isaac 45 picks too early that year. I feel like the same thing applies to Teddy Buchanan. I think we've picked him a whole round too early. So as far as some of the positional coaches, I wonder, I'm not saying that I believe this, I wonder if some of the guys we picked too early aren't from our position coaches who are so adamant about that player. Does that make sense at all?
Yeah, I think those are things that you would have worked out in advance. I think a lot of times, based on the clips that we see from draft week or weekend or whatever, he's very last minute asking for takes and opinions on these guys. I don't know if that's just to kind of solidify, have them back up what they've said to him previously. But I don't know. There always is a sense of uncertainty on his part. I'd like to, and maybe it's not, but I'd like to see him be really certain about what he wants, who he wants, after taking all that advice in earlier.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not solidified in my opinion one way or the other. I guess what I'm saying is at times seem to be this alignment of some of the players we take too early being positional favorites of our position coaches.
Mm-hmm.
So.
And those might typically be more fifth round guys, is what you're saying.
Yeah. I
As
mean, I
opposed
think
to
that.
third.
Yep, I think that's where Buchanan fit, comfortably. I mean, not a pass coverage guy at all. To line him up at will linebacker into the boundary and expect him to cover tight ends or running backs. I mean, the Lions went right after him with Jahmyr Gibbs. That was easy food for them. He's a Mike. Buchanan is a Mike set to the field, meaning not assigned to guard tight ends or running backs man at all. So he played better when he played Mike linebacker, because he was somewhat protected from a coverage standpoint. Just doesn't have good coverage skills at the NFL level right at this point. Maybe that'll develop, but that was the film from Cal wasn't great high-level coverage skills. So we throw him out there at will linebacker, and we're surprised that he's getting eaten alive in pass coverage. So he'll come back next, healthy at some point this year, and get an opportunity. The Ravens still have a need at inside linebacker. So, I agree about the whole fifth rounders, that we're going to keep as many of them as possible, it appears. Keep getting dropped. You think it's the internet or what?
I don't know. It seems like as soon as I touch a keyboard, it drops. So I don't know.
I'll go to another view because it seems to keep happening when we're in that other view. So I'll leave it like this and see if you're safe.
Okay. I'll be careful.
There's Pregnon finally off the board to the Jags. Donovan Jackson was the player comp, and that was from Chris, who did the evaluation.
Wow.
So,
yeah, that's high. That's high praise.
I mean, his work. Chris would send me over video of an offensive lineman, like an 8-minute clip, 7-minute clip, and then his evaluation was fed directly from that. I mean, the things that he would state, just like you or anybody else, but it was all so focused on the offensive line. I was very appreciative and impressed, and I actually recommended him to Seahawks content creators and Lions content creators. Like, hey, if you want somebody to talk about the offensive line in this class, look this guy up. I don't know that they ever actually did, but this is a good point from Walter, and this is kind of, I think, runs alongside my point about the whole relying on the positional coaches. George Warhop was a big, apparently, proponent of taking Vincent. Well, Warhop's gone now. So, I mean, you're the GM and the front office is still here, the same front office. So I feel like if you were to do a percent, it should be 70% the front office and 30% the position coaches. The head coach has got to play a role too. So I should put the head coach in that percentage breakdown somewhere. But to Walter's point, or, the comment here, at least, maybe he's not trying to make the point, is that the positional coaches shouldn't have too much power, because that's the nature of football coaches as positional coaches. They move around every 3 or 4 years. They do. That's what they do in high school or college and football, college and in the NFL especially. High school is a little different. They stick around in one place a little bit longer.
I don't know that name. Will Kazmarek, that went right before Pregnon.
Yeah, we don't have him on the board here. We may have him on the actual board that we made, but we don't have him for a player profile. So we're down here to round 3, but a lot of these are round 3 and round 4 guys. So I'll scroll a little bit to the right and see what we've got. I mean, has LT Overton been selected?
Not yet. I don't believe so.
Sutton? Not?
I'm afraid to touch my screen to
All right,
check.
don't worry about it. Parker's
I
still
didn't
on the
see
board.
his name, though.
These are all our third round projections. Parker, I think, is still on the board.
Brian Parker's still there. Yeah, let me see.
Dunker still on the board.
He is.
Hecht is still on the board.
Yep. Dunker's still there.
These are corners, so I'll scroll up.
Hecht is still there. Tiernan is still there.
I don't know why we had Concepcion down here.
Yeah, Sutton's still there.
Sutton's still there.
Yep.
A lot of these guys we've gotten pretty much the right spot. I don't know why Stooks is so far down there.
Overton and Parker, both still there. Connor Lew, Trey Zune.
Zune will be an interesting one.
Mm-hmm.
Good point here. Sorry, go ahead. Ian.
What's that?
I said, go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, I thought for sure we would see Farmer by the end of the third round, the Kentucky guard. Apparently we had interest in, or I don't know about interest, but they were down. They sent the new head coach, offensive line coach down to check out the 3 players from Kentucky.
Yeah.
Burden, is that his name? The center, Jagger Burden, I think his name is.
Yeah.
Farmer and what do they have? A left tackle that they were. Might be a tackle.
Okay, so that's right. I thought that. Well, I'll get to Matt's comment in a moment, but Scott said maybe they're happy with Connor Lew. He'll be there in the 4th. Possible. Hecht is still on the board as well as we get here to the end.
Yeah, I mean they may be looking at this and saying there aren't 2 needy center teams in front of us, and if one of them does go, the longer they wait, the less they have to give up. But
couple of good comments here. I'll get to Matt's back in a moment, but this is still related to the mid-late round picks being linked to positional coaches. And Tomato, I think, was just following up. Feels like the variability with some of these later picks could be attributed to that. Interesting comment. I think I would tend to agree, but then perhaps it could change post Harbaugh. And then Matt is still following up here. Corners we took in 2022 are a good example of, yes, I would agree. And then the Will Kaczmarek is the backup tight end at Ohio State. That's what Matt is following up on here.
okay, thank you. Yeah.
Ooh, what a I know who this is, but great point. A get-right draft, right all the previous wrongs. There's something to be said there, in my opinion, for recouping or trying to strengthen areas that maybe haven't been hit enough in the last couple of drafts. Strong enough or early enough or often enough, maybe. I think that's a great comment.
There was a lot of pressure. I was thinking about it either last night or this morning. A lot of pressure in some sense, I think, from the owner on DaCosta. I don't think there was going to be any fooling around in that first round in terms of not getting an offensive lineman and then somehow or another not being able to get one in the second. I don't think the owner would have looked very kindly upon that.
I think I think it's pretty obvious to me. Our overreaction, when I say overreaction, I would have totally supported us trading 2 firsts for a healthy Max Crosby and then signing Trey Hendrickson in free agency, which, I mean, Trey Hendrickson said it out of his own mouth that that's what he thought was going to happen, that's what he was led to believe. So I don't know why Trey Hendrickson would lie about that. But, and then then how do you address offensive line though if you trade away your first round pick? So that's one thing to consider. I think Bisciotti was pretty clear, and Eric DaCosta was 5 feet away from him when Bisciotti said the pass rush wasn't good enough and the offensive line didn't work out. I think that was Bisciotti said it in his somewhat understated style at the moment. But I think it was like screaming it literally, like, "Hey, dude, you got to handle this. This is gone far enough," and it had gone too far. Offensive line can go too far. Man, I mean, for Jermod McCoy if he gets all the way to the end of round 3, that stinks for him. Super high level, talented guy. Would love to see him return to full health. I hope somebody. Kind of like a Will Johnson situation, maybe, right?
Mm-hmm.
Except I think
Well-
Will Johnson went the second, didn't he?
I can't recall. He might have. Yep. Where are we in terms of the two corners we drafted last year, in terms of their health? That was a pretty nasty injury that the
Yeah, Longer
One of
Beam and
them sustained.
Kone.
Kone.
Yeah. Yeah. Who knows? I mean, both of them serious injuries. Longer Beams was kind of weird. I think Longer Beam is more of a dedicated nickel, in my opinion. So I'm not sure. Best case scenario for Longer Beam, to me, best case scenario is he makes the team, but I don't know how he impacts the 2026 roster at all. Best case scenario for Longer Beam. I mean, Kone would be trying to make the team right at outside corner.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, I don't know. It's just I'm rooting for Jamad McCoy just like I was rooting for Will Johnson. I actually have a bunch of Will Johnson film saved up. I just didn't get around to doing a video. Sure hope they have a plan at center. It looks like we're back in the Ryan Jensen, Bradley, Bozeman days. Yeah, I mean, addressing center. Well, this is the time, right? This is when the teams are addressing it. What was the first center taken at?
Second round, wasn't it? Wasn't it?
Logan Jones was the first one.
He was first.
I agree with Femi. I was a little surprised there.
Yeah, that was early.
And then
Zune
Jake
just
Slaughter.
went. Trey Zune just went.
Yeah, so it's coming. If there's going to be a trade up to somebody's point earlier, then it would be soon, right?
Yeah. How many? Where is the end of round 3?
100. Hey, Donovan, thanks, man. Thanks, appreciate it, man, for the super chat or super thanks, whatever it's called. But how are you feeling about Jacoby Lane? I mean, I like the player. I think maybe it'll be easy to second guess the Ravens at some point. But I'm not comfortable doing that right now because maybe it is actually the plan for Emory Jones to move to center. If that's the case, then that explains why they're not picking one right now. Do I know if Emory Jones can play center or not? I don't know, but I know he's talented. And like EA said, he's agile and he's tough and physical. So maybe that's the plan, and maybe that's why they didn't take one, if that makes sense. Because I think it's all related, right? The ability to take Jacoby Lane is related to whether or not we need a center right now.
Mm-hmm. There goes your guy.
Oh, man.
That does feel like a Cowboy pick too.
Man, he is a baller.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Nakobe Dean. That's a great memory there, Matt. Because Nakobe Dean played well in Philly. The last couple of years at times. I thought big part of what they did before he got hurt. Was it 24? I think he got hurt at the end of the year, or maybe it was 25. One of those two.
Is Chris Bell still on the board?
Yep.
It's interesting. Guys are staying away from that. There's the injuries. A lot. These really talented guys.
It's a great point here by Scott. I think what Scott's saying, and he can follow up if he wants, is that if Jamad McCoy is there in the 5th round, you take him with one of those 5th round picks.
Oh, yeah.
Potential 1st round pick guy being taken on day 3, that'd be rough. I mean, just from what I know a little bit of those situations, I mean, he's probably had family in a house gathering together and nothing's happening. That's just, got to be difficult. So I'll be rooting for that guy. Off topic, trying to keep up with all the draft coverage. Yeah, right. I don't watch basketball anymore. I just don't have time. I can only, with the football stuff, I don't. So I don't know much about the Lakers and the Rockets at all. Why are the Raiders taking a center? I think Zune has positional versatility. I think he's actually played all over the place. So maybe their plan is for him to be somewhere else, but that's a good question. Ragnow, yeah, it's a huge deal for the Lions. I mean, that was rough. And so Cade Mays is the starter there, free agent and a good player. Not the same quality as, a Linderbaum or something like that, but they're from the same class, I believe, right?
Linderbaum and May.
Cade Mays were from the same class, right?
Mhm.
Cade Mays. So Mays is a starter in Detroit, after signing there. And I think it was like $8 million a year as far as the salary. So Detroit had a underrated, I think, free agency period. They signed Rock Ya-Sin, Pacheco, DJ Wanham, a defensive end that played in Carolina, Cade Mays, center from Carolina, and Chuck Clark. Yeah, it's a blast from the past for the Ravens. So a lot of veteran, underrated guys for low-level salaries is what Detroit did in free agency. So, yeah, I mean, it's still to be seen if that's going to work out for them at the center position. Cade Mays is a good player, though. Trade back in with the Seahawks here at 96. I'm assuming Harvey's saying the Ravens should do that to try to get a center, right? Is that what you're saying, Harvey?
This all seems that they have a plan at center to me. I'm just not I don't think they're as enamored of the center class.
Yeah. Or they didn't feel like using resources to address it where it would need to be addressed, which was 80, right?
Mm-hmm.
You mean Scott? I'm assuming you mean Chandler Rivers, is the Duke guy, right? I think he's a good player. I like him. If we're talking about the same guy. Agreed, Alvin. Cowboys are definitely having a good draft. To recap, Caleb Downs, Malachi Lawrence, maybe a little too early, for Lawrence, or earlier than some had him. I don't recall their second round pick for Dallas. Maybe they didn't have one. It looks like unless I skipped past it. Didn't see one here in round 2 for Dallas. So Downs, Malachi Lawrence, and then, unless I've seen this wrong, Jayshawn Barham. I think that's a really good group of athletic players on defense. So unless I may have missed one. Got it, Scott. Yeah, I feel like he's a pretty good player. There's another one from Duke. Give me a moment. So you've got Rivers from Duke, and also Vincent Anthony was a defensive end, edge defender. I kind of like, kind of tall and thin. He's only 21 or 22. He's 22. Now we're getting down near the end. If the Ravens were going to trade back in, it would have to be soon. But to your point, EA, you've probably hit it, I think, out of the park, in that the Ravens have a plan for center, and it just doesn't include one of these guys.
Yeah, they probably don't have a preference right now between, let's say, Lou and Hecht. Do you know what I mean? Like, if they're going to move up, to me, it would be after one of them fell.
Right.
Which means they really don't care. They don't have or they graded them out equally.
Yeah, maybe they say, okay, if a center's there at 115, we take him to be a backup, or like a Parker. I think Matt just mentioned it again. But yeah, it certainly sounds like they're signaling to us that they're going to roll with Emory Jones and or Bullock. Here's one option. Tell me if this sounds crazy, EA. Bullock and Emory Jones, you guys are going to have a competition for the center spot, as well as the veteran they brought in from Atlanta. If Bullock wins it, then Emory Jones moves back to guard, or whatever. So that could be the play. That could be it.
Yeah. He could be the swing right tackle. The other thing is, we're in a hurry to get Emory Jones a role, but he's only in his second year. Next year he could be the starting whatever guard very easily, and play 2 years. Play the rest of his contract out starting at guard. And just be a kind of a backup at this point. I think if they do take a center, the sort of center they would take is Brian Parker, because they like those guys that can play multiple positions.
Yeah, I think I don't know about you, EA, or anyone in the comment section. I think from a Ravens standpoint, I'd like to see them hit O-line once more. You know, maybe even twice. I'm talking about late, a second guy late that may or may not make the team. From a Detroit standpoint, maybe like to see them hit the O-line once more, but that's it, at a maximum of one. But this is related somewhat. It's still the center position. Jeffrey's a Lions fan, and he's talking about whether Cade Mays was a surefire starter. Yes, I think they signed him to be the starter. I think that's pretty clear. Did we get 2 trades for the same spot? Did I see that right? Oh, no. Miami's got Chris Bell. Okay, I missed that one. Sorry. So I don't know. The center is kind of tough to evaluate for some of us laymen because, to EA's point, the NFL guys may have their own plan that they're just not going to tell us. They're not going to tell us about until it's preseason, right? And we see guys in a certain spot. What a great pick. So glad to see him go in the 3rd. I feel like that just verifies some of the stuff that we saw and talked about. Eli Raritan, late 3rd round.
He'll be a good fit. He'll be a good Patriot player for sure.
All those projections I saw 6th round, it stuck out to me. It stuck out like a sore thumb. That he didn't belong in the 6th round.
It's another position. I mean, we've touched on it probably tonight. I don't remember, but I know we've touched on it over the last 2 nights. The tight end position. Here's a question about Dallin Bentley, tight end from Utah. I haven't watched him too much.
Same here. He's one of the tight ends I didn't get to be honest with you. I didn't. I don't have an ability to really properly evaluate him. I think we did have an eval on the site, but I don't recall who did the eval. So my apologies, Johnny. I don't want a year from now. I don't want questions like yours here to go unanswered, even if it's not unanswered by me. I'd like to be able to click on his profile and take you to some evaluation or tell you to do so. But I don't know for certain whether we had an eval on him or not. I know I did not do so, but I don't want that to be my answer in the future.
Yeah, there's so many good tight ends. I just didn't get to him. I wanted to. Utah, that's a good program for whatever.
100%. Yep. Alvin, I'll get to your question about Zion Young in a moment. So give me a moment there. Trigg and Jolie are still on the board, both of them, right?
Man, that is interesting. I think Trigg is one of the first tight ends I watched, and he's a terrible blocker, really, really bad blocker, but man, makes a lot of plays in the pass game. He's really great up the seam, can make exceptional catches, also can drop occasional passes. That's a problem, but real talented guy.
Agreed. I kind of feel like Trigg is more of a playmaker. I don't want to say jump ball, but in the area of the field that he's operating in right now. Whereas Jolie, I feel like can catch the ball and move downfield. Mm-hmm. Jolie's got a little bit more yards after catch, people call it, but and even a little bit more of a vertical pop potential to his game. What's going on here? It seems like there's been so many trades at the end of the 3rd. It's almost like the end of the 1st.
Is that Pittsburgh back in?
Yeah, so Pittsburgh got to 96 in front of the Vikings. They basically swapped with Seattle, right? Pittsburgh was here, 99, I think.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so this is a great one. Alvin, what's your comp for Zion Young? I'm going to click on his profile, Alvin, on our website, draftsignal.pro, and my comp for him was JPP, but that's best case scenario. My comps are done as if the player fills out, it reaches their full potential or close to it. The Chiefs defensive end, who I think suffered an ACL in our game, AFC Championship game 2023, still pretty good player. And then Tyree Wilson that the Raiders drafted a couple of years ago. Dunlap doesn't bother me. I think I had Dunlap for Keldrick Falk, but Falk's slow get off was what I didn't like there. Jennings Dunker's a good pick for the Steelers.
So they've gone O-line twice.
Now, Dunker was a tackle, unless I have my – he's the redheaded guy, right?
He's got the mullet, yeah.
Yeah, okay. He was a tackle that they think is going to play guard, right?
Mm-hmm. He's a good player.
Somebody in the chat has him as a center. I thought he was a tackle projected to play guard. That's a good pick.
He was a right tackle at Iowa. I don't know where they play him.
They're just building O-line depth
Mm-hmm.
at minimum, which is what we need to do at some point. Pittsburgh's had a lot of picks here, right? They had 12.
We're just reminding myself, we're still in the third round. There's still a ton of picks to be made,
Yeah.
It feels like a lot longer than that because we've been doing it, but still a lot of good players.
With Raritan being off the board, what tight end would you prefer they take? So I'm going to answer this for the Ravens and or the Lions. All of these, Delp, Claire, Roush, Stowers all went early. Raritan just went off the board. I like Josh Cuevas, but I think it's way too early for him. Who else have we got here? I'm going to have to click on the tight end link.
Kazoil, Tanner Kazoil, if I'm saying that right.
Mm-hmm.
Trigg.
Yeah, Trigg.
Royer, I've watched him a little. But
McCree's more of a pass-catching guy. I think Royer's more of a pass-catching guy. Joe Lee would be interesting for me. Yeah, Joe Lee might be my answer, even though I really like Josh Cuevas. I think Cuevas, the measurables are going to turn teams away to some extent or push him later in the draft, I guess. Probably Joe Lee or Cuevas would be my answer here. Trigg too. Trigg's worth a look, I think.
Yeah.
Maybe not in the fourth. Gotcha. I thought it was pretty clear that Dunker was going to be a guard, but hey, it's to his benefit to take some snaps at center too. So really cool. Oops, sorry. We're getting near the end here. So I wonder, what did the Seahawks get? Because the Seahawks only had 4 picks in this draft. So what did they get from Pittsburgh to move back from 90? EA, you don't need to find out because I don't want you to get dropped.
Come here, Papa. I don't know. It's you can't imagine it's too much to move up 3 spots or something.
Yeah.
It's just how often? I mean, how many times now have the Ravens had 11 picks and just stood there? That 3 times now in the past 4 or 5 years or so. It's crazy.
And yeah, there's 31 other teams, so this is a little imbalanced for me to do it this way. But if you just scroll down this list on the left-hand side, we got round 1 and round 3 there. Look at how many picks have been traded.
Mm-hmm.
What would you estimate the number of picks, that have been selected so far that were traded at one point or another to be? I would say it looks to me like it's like 30-35%.
Wow.
You think that's high?
I don't know. That's a ton.
Looks like 3 out of every 10 to me, something like that. I'm just real quick.
So the Vikings have gone defense, and now they're up back-to-back, right?
Yeah. Seahawks traded their 96 for 99, and they got a 6-rounder in return. Tiernan, that's the tackle that's kind of tall and thin. Is that right?
Yep. Northwestern. Looks like he could play some guard and probably a swing tackle right away, either side.
Yeah, good point about that for Dunker, not being a center necessarily. Maybe day one for the Steelers because Dunker just probably shows up and can play anywhere. Can be a backup guy, for them. So good pick, probably a depth pick for those guys at this point. Smart by the Steelers. Yeah, agreed. Tomato. We thought he was late. We thought 5th, 6th was late. I don't know that I would have picked late 3rd. I would have probably said 4th, I think. For his talent level, for what we saw on film for 25, not production. Good point about center. EA made a good point. He was like, he feels like this signals to us pretty loudly that they've got a plan for center already. Maybe it's Emory Jones. Jacoby Thomas, the safety from Miami. Interesting. More of a zone guy, in my opinion, but also more of a track the quarterback type of guy. So in the Flores defense, interesting pick. I mean, he's got good ball skills. They've gone 5 picks, Minnesota, and 4 of them have been defense.
Right. One offensive lineman and 4D. Had a linebacker, 2D tackles, and a safety.
I just, have become the biggest Brian Flores fan. That whole process that we went through just opened my eyes to just how much fun his defense is to watch.
Yep. Yeah, I'm kind of excited to see how those two work out in that defense. Orange with Downs, or not Downs,
Yeah.
Banks. Yeah.
Yeah. Ooh, the Seahawks got Julian Neal. I like it. Boundary side corner.
That's a good pick. Yep.
Boundary side corner. Kind of smart. I don't know who made this player comp, but I kind of like that. That's Cam Hart's another Maryland guy, by the way. 4.49 at 6'1". Couple of evaluations on our site on him and some game film of him against Ole Miss and Tennessee. So if there's a Seahawks fans watching or, on a rewatch, significant amount of film of Julian Neal, their 3rd round pick on the draftsignal.pro website. All you got to do is click on the name. Wow. Well, we didn't get back in. I think your comment about, they must have some plan is pretty astute here. It seems pretty obvious to me that they have a plan for center, and it just doesn't include any of these guys.
Yeah, they may feel that they have Bullock and the competition with the 2 vets they brought in. Just kind of, I don't know if you call them camp bodies or competition or depth. And perhaps Emory Jones somewhere in there they'll find a starter.
EA, you see this? Did you see this? Projected as a 6th round guy, taken in the 3rd.
3rd. There you go. Said Jaguars took him.
Yeah.
Man, he went off the board well ahead of a lot of guys that were projected at that position.
Man, for a moment there when I saw his name pop up, my brain, because it's late at night, my brain got confused for a moment, and I thought it was the Vikings' 2nd pick. And for an instant there, I thought Jalen Husky, with his ball skills and his awareness, playing in a Vikings defense with Brian Flores. Man, I saw Jalen Husky play as a sophomore in high school. He had 13 interceptions, led the state of Maryland in interceptions. I'm not telling you this, EA. I'm telling the listeners. 13 interceptions as a high school sophomore at Middletown High School from Frederick County, and they won the state title. Junior year, wiped out by the pandemic like everyone else. Senior year, I went to Quince Orchard in Maryland, Montgomery County, won the 4A state title, had an interception in the state championship game. Goes to the MAC conference. And Bowling Green, by the way, plays well at outside corner, goes to Maryland, plays outside corner, then transitions to safety. And now here he is getting picked in the third round of the NFL after
Awesome.
getting passed over.
That's
Amazing.
you. That's you, Coach. You turned me on to him, and I really couldn't believe it. I just within about 3 plays, I'm like, oof, this dude's really kind of special. And I wonder, like, if there's a bunch of Jaguar fans now going, what? Who is that?
Who's that?
You know?
Right.
Yep. They'll find out.
I think what impressed me about him the first time I saw him in high school was Middletown has a very unique, extremely organized and efficient defensive structure. And I can't explain it all here, but it's very high level. They know what they're doing. And Jalen Husky and those guys over there just executed. The first night I saw him play, the second time I saw him play, he was spectacular. I think he had 2 picks on 2 targets. They threw at him twice. He had 2 picks. I was like, why'd you throw at him the second time?
Yeah.
So for him to go in the third round, like, I love this process now even more, as far as like picking or finding players that we like and then standing on reason for where we think they should be taken. Eli Raridan would be one. Jayshon Barham would be another. I think that various people on the various people on the website have said this guy should be taken sooner than he is. You know, Jalen Husky happens to be my personal example, but there was others. People like them more than the early projections. And so it's what really made me love this process a whole lot.
Oh yeah. That's one of the I mean, I don't know why it's so darn exciting to sit there and see if you can find somebody that's projected in the 6th round and plant your flag on them. But it's fun, when you find those 1 or 2 players.
To talk about a couple of people from the website, Dan Viennes talked about Chris Johnson as what he thought was either his best corner or second best corner in the whole draft, and wanted him to. Dan Viennes is from the Seahawks forever. He wanted Chris Johnson to end up in Seattle. He didn't make it there because he was picked at 27 by the Dolphins. Dan also talked about Jadarian Price being a possibility for the Seahawks, and lo and behold, they take him. I'm just kind of tooting the horn of some of the people that were involved in our website. Talked about Eli Raridan being a great blocker. You did the first eval, I think, of anyone on the site, and it was Eli Raridan, I think. And then torn his ACL twice, and projections 5th and 6th round. Here he is taken in the 3rd. Same thing, kind of for me with Jalen Husky. So Omari Brown, who covers the Jets, talked about Traydon Stukes being his number 2 safety in the whole draft. And that was probably 6 weeks ago I saw it for the first time. I caught on to watching Stukes film and became a big fan by proxy. And then here he is being an early round 2 pick. So I just think there's a lot of talented people that were involved with the website that did work that kind of showed up on night 1 or night 2 as far as where they thought players were. And it was in alignment with what the NFL said. Man.
Yep.
Can't believe that night 2 is over.
It's good, clean fun. That's what it is.
Yeah, I didn't expect to be doing this for 4 hours. Probably won't be watching any film at all until Sunday, just because of sheer commitment that I've done the last 2 days. So thank you for sticking this one out, because I know you've been going through and doing a lot of stuff yourself.
Yeah, appreciate it, man. Oh, I'm very glad, very grateful, and glad for people to watch. It's cool.
I'm surprised people do watch, to be 100% honest. I'm surprised. Have to give a shout out to Walter and Jen in the Ravens Discord. Just incredible commitment to enter all of these. I mean, they literally had it set up to where these players were entered in a timely fashion so people could click on them. I mean, I'm blown away at the commitment and professionalism of them to do that and make the night easier for me. So I hope people enjoyed it, and I hope that people clicked on some of the player links to check them out. That might be for that to be pick 100.
Pretty cool.
To be pick 100, the last one of the night was, And I
Pretty
comped him to Tony Jefferson, who was a UDFA that's still around. So really cool.
Yeah, really cool.
All right, man. Well, EA, I'll leave you alone for a day or so before
Sounds good.
asking you if you want to join up and do something else together.
All right, man. Looking forward to it.
Thanks a lot, guys. Can't thank you enough for joining in. Didn't know where the streams were going to go for the last 2 nights myself personally. I couldn't be happier with the interaction that you guys provided in the comment section, all the guests that came on. I'm not going to try to name them because I know I'll forget people. I hope you guys enjoyed it because I sure did. Appreciate you guys' time.